Hello. Let's see. Thanks for the code article last year. I'm probably using it this year. Nice. Just popping to say hi. I'll watch the VOD later. Okay. Do you know if SQL CSV can be auto-completed in the Zig LSP like it's in F# type provider system? I don't have experience with the system that you're describing. So I guess the initial answer is no. But I'm also trying to understand how that looks like. So you have like an SQL string and you can get autocomplete in the SQL string because even though it's a string, the system understands that it's a SQL query. And so it can use type info to also autocomplete what you're putting in there. And I'm guessing the same is for CSV. I think that requires the concept of tagged string literals. Like you need to be able to say that, yeah, this is a string, but it's also at the same time a data structure in a sense. We don't have this concept in Zig, so the LSP will definitely not do that. That being said, there are other things that could happen. So I would say today, no. Maybe in the future there could be something cool that could be done, but it probably wouldn't look exactly the same. It would be different. We have SQL libraries that can use comp time to understand to know stuff about the shape of the data, but it's not going to be the same thing. Hello, Blurry Cat, and hello, Santra J. So, okay, today I think I'm doing a stream without music, or rather, I'm gonna change this into I listen to my own music on my end, and then no streaming of that music, and then I don't know. You guys decide what you want to listen to. YouTube chat finally working. So the way it works is that YouTube chat will work up to until Google decides that it's time to reset my authentication because it likes to do that a lot. So or there's a bug in Borg also. So I think it's gonna be one of the two. I'm gonna fix the bug on my end eventually, but I have other priorities right now. So we're gonna get to that. I'm waiting for the tea to be ready, by the way. As soon as the tea is ready, I'm gonna come back. Well, go grab it, come back, and then we can actually start. Oh, your proper bug? I see. Well, wait, how was I supposed? Oh no, I deleted the countdown. Oh well. Wait, how was I supposed to make the connection? Well, thank you for telling me. But Toon, toon, toon. Yeah, let's go. Let's go make something cool. Okay, tea's ready in 30 seconds. I'll be back. I'm your #1 watch stream this year. Thank you. I don't know what to say. Thanks. I haven't looked at my recap. I haven't been watching much Twitch though. Usually when I'm available to do stuff, I stream. I don't watch. What have I been watching this year? I watched some Megabonk. I don't watch Twitch anymore. You know, I'm realizing that I really don't watch Twitch anymore. I prefer YouTube lately. And oh, timer. I prefer YouTube, and maybe it's Toggle. It might be that Toggle is my most watched stream this year. I don't know. I'll be right back. Okay. Let's drink some tea and get started. Do. And I'm gonna put some music for myself. You guys can listen to your own music this time. Uh-huh. Okay, what are we doing? So I ported some more of I ported some more of D2 to latest Zig. So we should be able to do that now. I can do Zig 1 build run, I guess. So this stuff now works. I got a message from David, so we need to update D2. DVUI. We need to update DVUI because he made it so that a thing that wasn't working now works. And next, we need to. I can emote this. Is D2 your desktop Discord replacement? Yes, that's it. Correct. So I'm gonna go in client and look at what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna set the default window to. So I'm going to comment this out and set the default window to be user settings. So with this, we can launch the program and we jump immediately. Where's the window? Also, so there's a failure. What is going on? What is going on? Process terminated unexpectedly. No, but no, that was a previous run. Okay, so everything was fine. Okay, so this is pulling application, but it doesn't open the window. Interesting. I broke it. Somehow I broke it. How did I break it? Oh no. Okay, you know what? Never mind. I cannot demo this. I'll demo this at some point later on. Okay. So now we should be back into working condition. Okay. The heck. In any case, let's make adding a new server work. So this is where I got the last time. And that requires making the network work because the network needs to process the requests from the application to perform network IO. And related to this, well, we need to do a bunch of work because this code it's mostly commented out and it's structured in a way that makes sense for libxcv that we're getting rid of. So like a lot of work has to happen. So host connections, calls run host connection. This command stuff, I think, can be moved above, below run, maybe. Oh, okay. Well, we'll get to that error in a moment. So run connection fallible. Create a host connection struct. Connect to identity port 191. This is hard coded for now. This is fine. Catch a reachable because we already tested, we already validated it. So this has to succeed. Um, then, which actually makes me think that maybe we could change how this works, but for now it's fine. So we need to initialize this thing, and then we need to start accepting connections. Or sorry, we need to start, reading from it. So we need to start reading from it, and we need two coroutines. We need two coroutines because one needs to read from it and the other one needs to send messages. The reason why they need to be separate is because we could be stuck reading, um, but we will probably be stuck reading. But then we want to be able to send a message. Did you switch to Flow? Yes, I did. This is Flow indeed, and yeah, I switched over. Neurosite is adding the last few things that are like missing from it. Helix, yeah, Helix mode. I'm comfy with Helix mode at this point, so I think that Neurosite needs. He has some rework that he's doing of the Helix layer a little bit to fix some minor things, or some tiny details that are like kind of pervasive. But after that, it's just a matter of implementing a few remaining commands. I think that if you can implement the remaining commands and also have the menus that tell you about keybinds, this is going to be the perfect experience. And he already has some of that, right? Like this is the space mode, for example. So this is Helix space mode, and aside from a few missing things, it's this is it. This is it. So this is nice also because it will allow you to learn about keybinds, because I really like that about Helix. So as long as this is kept, it's awesome. And even if something diverges, like even if for some reason some detail is different, some keybind is different, even at that point, personally, I will be fine with whatever Flow does as long as I can learn about it in the help menus. So happy. Okay. What were we saying? That yeah, we need to create we need to establish a connection, and we need to spawn the coroutines. So, in which order do we do these things? Because we kind of would like to establish the connection before we spawn those coroutines. So let's do that. So here we have an address. We call connect on address. I cannot go to definition. Uh-oh. I cannot go. Oh, wait, where is this net? This is io.net.ip address, parse. Can we do connect on it now? Yeah, we can. Once io and once connect options. Let's see what the connect options are. Socket mode, protocol, null. What are our options? I mean, I guess it defaults to TCP, maybe. Maybe it doesn't. So we maybe also, what's mode? Okay, mode has to be stream. Protocol TCP timeout. We do want a timeout, definitely. We do want a timeout, and we want it to result in an error. I think timeout should be like 10 seconds. also, okay, how do you do it's the duration. Okay, duration, 10 seconds. Is it from seconds 10? Duration, clock duration. Oh, there you go. Two deadline from now. Ooh, wait a second. Oh, this returns a timestamp. No, so we don't want to use any of these things because they don't return a timeout. We need to return a timeout, so we need to create it either as a duration or as a deadline. So we need to create it as a duration, but then how do you make a duration? The duration has an IO duration. This is the one from seconds, okay, and then it needs a clock, okay. So it's like this. Timeout has the duration case, and duration case has row and clock. Okay. Try. The problem is that this cannot be just a try because this guy needs to catch and tell. This needs to catch and tell the core that this went wrong, and I don't remember how we pass this information back. In any case, let's see. Random dumb question: if I only use one allocator in my code and pass the single allocator interface around, are the alloc calls dynamic dispatches, or can the compiler understand that there is only really one function that can be called when calling alloc and do static dispatch? There are two main ways in which you can look at in which this type of stuff can be looked at. You can have language level guarantees that something happens or doesn't happen, and then you can have optimization that can kick in a, it's not guaranteed to kick in, but then you can also in practice rely on it to a good degree. Generally speaking, they're not perfect, but it's not they're not as strong as language level guarantees, but they're real. Like optimizations happen somewhat reliably, or rather, for something like you're describing, you should expect it to work all the time, but then there's other cases where maybe it's more nuanced. But so you do not get language level guarantee that your calls to the allocator interface will become static dispatch, but you can be fairly confident that the optimizer, when you make a release build, will do so. There are other cases. There are other cases where instead you can rely on a language. For example, if you use the keyword inline, you make an inline function. In Zig, an inline function is guaranteed by the language to be inlined. Like you will get language level inlining. While in other languages like C and C++, when you mark a function, actually, you know what? I'll say C. I have no idea what the fuck C++ does. But in C, if you mark a function inline, that is not a language level guarantee, but it's instead just a compiler hint, an optimizer hint. So the optimizer will I guess, attempt harder to inline your function, but you're nowhere guaranteed that the inlining will happen. And while in Zig, for example, since it's a language level feature, if the function cannot be inlined for some reason, like because it's recursive, for example, then you will get a compile error. A compile error will tell you it is impossible to inline this function, and it won't instantly just silently turn off. So, uh, these stuff that you're describing is not a language feature. That being said, I don't know if this will be used also for the allocator interface when it's ready, but there's this proposal called restricted function types. And if this proposal is accepted already, but if this proposal, oh sorry, when this proposal is implemented, then the idea that when you only have one possible, you have only one concrete implementation for an interface, you are guaranteed that you will get static dispatch at the language level. This is the proposal that describes the entire behavior. This is the reason why we're adding this is not strictly to turn dynamic dispatch into static dispatch, but it's because we need this to be able to compute the deepest like stack size for a given function and overall for your entire program. That way we can know what are the stack needs of your program, and that way we can guarantee that it's impossible for you to get stack overflow, because we can allocate the right size of the stack right away at the beginning of the program, and whenever you create a thread. And it also has implications for stackless coroutines. Actually, about that one, I'm not sure. Maybe, probably. It does have implications for green threads, because that way we will be able to size green threads perfectly. Okay, so how do we do this? Yeah, how do we tell the client that stuff went wrong? What's inside this function? This function is the one that potentially knew the things went bad. Catch HC status update disconnected. Okay, so the system worked such that there's host connection that has an atomic enum, I'm guessing. Connection status. Status is an atomic enum that goes from start to connecting, connected, synced, disconnect, and disconnect for deletion. And in that place, we're only saying disconnected, but if it's being created for the first time, it cannot be just that. I think it's disconnected for deletion, but that's a um uh, 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 I need to remember how this stuff works from the UI side. So it's empty.zig. We try to connect, but then if we have some information about the thing, we should show it somewhere. No, actually, I think we decide to close this the pop-up if we connect, like the floating window. If state show host, if state host add. Right. So if you press the button to join an existing server, you move our state. Yeah, our state goes to main state goes to show new chat. Main state show new chat false. state dot host add becomes this call to host add, which returns us the thing that contains the atomic thing. Also, what? Oh man, this is yeah, okay. And then state dot show add host is false. Oh, okay, this is another new one. This is a struct. Okay, so this means that we are pending host addition. So that means that in here, if state is synced, then host add goes back to null. If host add is something, then we print the atomic value, right? We print the tag name, so we print what's currently happening, like reconnecting, blah blah blah. And I think this includes also the failure case. The problem is that if we do the failure case here, if this state is part of that dynamic allocation, then what do we do on connection error? Because on connection error, we should free everything related to it. I think that this is a design flow. We cannot have this cannot be just a heap allocated thing, because I think we should create the host only if the first connection succeeds. If the first connection fails, this should be like some kind of like one-off slot that holds information about the ongoing first connection, and then after that succeeds, then we can hmm then we can do what? We can yeah, we can create a host connection. This is too early. This is definitely too early. We do the first connection. We need to tell the front end, like the UI, about that. Hmm. Yeah. Okay. Let's go to network and let's take a look at it from this perspective. Yeah. Here we're doing like a bunch of work, but we should do this first. I think we should do this first. We try to make a connection, and this guy should this guy give us this maybe? This is because that's what we are supposed to fill out. And I think we need a new status, like we need a different atomic enum. I think in network, we can define a type that we call like first connection state. Atomic enums are from the UI. Ah, because they are UI synchronization primitive. That is interesting. How long have you been a software engineer? I don't know. I'm 35. I've done computer science at university, so since then, I don't know. Um, 10, 15 years, somewhere in between. I don't remember exactly how old I was when I graduated. Also, I did do some work. I did some contract work before I finished university. So it's been a while. Uh, why did I decide that atomic enums exist in a thing? They're called UI, but they're part of core because these are commands that we expect the UI to send us, and we need to define them in core for sure. Um, I guess that atomic enum that I was thinking of defining could go also in there. So maybe this can go in here. We can say first connection status used when to report the status of a first connection, or first attempt to connect. Used to report the state of a first attempt to connect to a new host. Also, this one has synced, but in reality, more than synced, it should have like authenticated. Like authentication was successful. And there's also authentication failure. Out success. There's no disconnected in this case. Connecting, connected, out. Or you know what? Authenticated. And then we have uh authentication failure. There we go. Very extremely clear. So we try to connect. We try to connect. Once we're connected, we proceed to authenticated, and then our terminal states are authentication failed or in disconnected for deletion. Yeah, and this is what the UI keeps around, and this is what we pass around. This is a much better choice. I'm starting to remember what I was doing, and now I have a fresh perspective on this. And yeah, this seems better. Or maybe I forgot something critical, and I guess I'll relearn it once I push forward with this design. That's also something that can happen. So this guy doesn't have a full connection. This guy has an optional and not a pointer, but it holds a first connection status. So first. This holds a first connection status. Actually, sorry, UI dot d2.ui dot. Does d2 expose UI? It does not. Sorry, but UI is under, no, UI is under core. It's not in D2. and core is client. So never mind. Does core expose UI? It does. So core UI. Okay, there we go. So we have a first connection status. And actually, we leave it optional when it's not turned on. That's fine. Then let's see. If state host add, then instead of C, this is directly status. And we don't copy status. We need to grab it by pointer. No field name is synced. Yeah, authenticated. Then we go back to null because we're good. That's the success case. Then, oh, there's also, I think, another case that we're missing. More than disconnected for deletion, this is like a network error. Can you share your NVim configs with me? No, sorry, I cannot because I don't use NeoVim. This is called flow. Well, where do I put this? You know what? I'm gonna do this. I can maybe do some rantings, okay? And here's what we can do. There we go. Okay. It has a Vim mode if you want that. I'm using Helix mode because I'm used to Helix keybinds, but you can with F4 you can cycle different input modes, and there's also a Vim mode. Or if you like, I don't know, like VS Code, there's flow mode, which is the normal one. It's not modal. You can choose whichever you want. Okay, so here we have the concept of our first connection status of the host that we're trying to add. Then what happens is that when we call the thing to connect, this does not set this at all. This does not set this at all, but it is us who sets it correctly. So we do add equals yeah, how do you use atomic enums? I don't remember. Just an empty thingy, and it's gonna pick the starting thing, right? Because we give it as a default value, right? Yeah, we do. Okay. So here we initialize it correctly. Then we call host add. We give the address and we give this ampersand state dot host add dot question mark. Okay, now let's go change the signature. FCS. It's a pointer to a UI.first connection status. Let's go. And this returns nothing. This returns void. This tries to add a host right away. That is also a choice. Uh, this is also a choice for sure. Just not a good one. So let's say that we don't do this. We don't pass this. Maybe we could. But no, I think it's a bad idea. I'm gonna take this out and then we pass FCS instead. And we try and we don't return shit. Okay. First connection status. Okay. So let's see. Then we don't have this anymore, but we do have FCS. So we have FCS. Let's comment this stuff out completely because we don't know what's up there. And let's ignore this for now as well. Right now we're just doing this. So if we get an error, then here we do FCS dot set. Is it set? Update. Update with a new enum. Okay. Oh shit! What is this? Also, if refresh window, where is that defined? When you define the atomic enum, you say if it should refresh the window. That's awesome. And then this does client.window, which doesn't exist anymore. Oh shit. Okay. Okay. This is not bad. This is not bad. Okay, so update. Um, we set it to dot. Well, here's the problem though. Atomic enum. Where do we put the where do we give an some type of good error? Because our atomic enums are not atomic unions, are they? I don't think they can be atomic unions. But I guess it doesn't matter because we just can make a state for each one of them, I guess. I guess we can do fcs.update. Then we can switch error. And based on the error, we decide what to put in here. And then in this case, we do FCS dot update to connected. And then more stuff could go wrong, but at least we have some. We're not using username. Yeah, you're right. We're not using username. We will though. We will though. Okay, so far so good. Oh, also we forgot that this needs to go here. This needs to go away. This needs to go away. This needs to be FCS. Actually, you know what? I think I want FCS to be the first thing. And okay. So we have a new function for metering core. State is not used anymore. Yeah. I did notice this. This doesn't like this function now doesn't require us to hold the lock anymore, which is interesting. Interesting indeed. No field name status. Okay, so we need to fix more of the code in here. Yep. Any more? Oh, yeah. Okay. We build, we run. So if we do this, this is a sparse failed. Not the greatest error message, but it is correct. So if we do 127.0.0.1, we try to join. This is now start. Receiving command from core host connect. Okay. It's going to network. We didn't add any logging here. So run host connection fallible. Oh, there's also this problem, right? Because here we have connect to host. We don't have like first connection to host. Oh shit, you know what? These are two different things. Yeah, like this is like this should be add host where we attempt the first connection. Although to be fair, like authentication errors can happen also, or like unable to find the host anymore can happen with something that we already added. Yeah, but I think they should be different. They should be join host. Join host. And this one, instead of having that, has this. There we go. Okay. Join host. Or it could be, sorry, it could be a flag. Like either we pass these or this, depending on the case, whether it's new or existing. Because to be fair, this kind of should conclude with the same thing, except that here we have this, here we don't have this. It's just that I really don't want to allocate a host connection I really don't want to allocate a host connection just to attempt connecting to a new host. Yeah, you know what? I think it's less of a mindfuck to keep those things separate. I'll keep them separate. Final decision. Okay, so that means that in empty host add, we should change it to host join. Oh, of course their name didn't work. Well, host join. Host join. Host join. Host connect. Okay, so this is how host join works, and it is yeah, that is beautiful. The next problem is in client here in init global main thread ID, and then core dot window equals win. Core make it optional. Do we make it optional? Actually, do we want to depend on the VUI? We do not want to depend on the VUI. I think we need to type erase this pointer at this point. It's pointer to any opaque, optional pointer to any opaque. And then in UI, where we were doing the core stuff, if refresh window, if client.window, oh, but this adds a dependency on the VUI. Well, shit. No. I think this needs to be something like okay, this needs to be different. This needs to be oh, and refresh also has a comp time place. Oh Jesus. Oh Jesus. Oh Ju Jesus. Ju Jesus. um we do not want core to depend on the VUI. That is certain. Core does not have any dependency on the VUI in here, and it shouldn't anywhere. Persistence doesn't. Network doesn't, thankfully. Audio certainly doesn't. Yeah. Global does not, should not. Main thread ID, enforce main thread. This is cool. So I think having a pointer to this window is not enough. We need a like UI refresh callback as a function pointer, which will make us lose source information. Actually, no. It won't, because that is not a comp time parameter. That works. So in client.zig, when we start core, we don't do this. We run core.run in a concurrent thing. Yes. We pass WinIO, WinGPA. Yes. And then we need to pass the GUI refresh callback. Actually, we don't even. Oh, you know what? We don't even have to do this. Because we can do. We can do this, I think. Const refresher. It's a struct. It's the same thing. We're just namespacing it inside this thing. Var window. And here we do refresher dot window equals win. Actually, this can be lowercase. And in here we do function refresh void. This does the vui dot refresh window. Oh, this accepts at a source location. What is the ID? What does the ID do? Let's see. Request another frame to be shown. This only matters if you are using the UI to manage the frame rate. There's also an idea for debugging, which is enabled by calling. Oh, I remember. ID is for when you're like in a loop. Okay, so we want both. Except that ID is defined by the VUI. We do not want a type defined by the VUI. 0 undef. It's a U64 though, so optional U64. It's fine. And then we do refresh window source enum from int ID. Okay. Then we do refresher window win. And then we do refresher Refresh and refresh. Okay. And then we define run to accept an allocator and a function. Can we give it a name? Missing parameter name. Yeah, of course. Oh, and that's why it's not in here. Okay. Okay. So we now have refresh. And with this, what do we do? Guess we can do this. I think it has to be a runtime pointer though. How do we do? And you know what? We can make this optional. Do we make this optional? No, we can't. We don't. Okay. Unable to resolve comp time value. Okay. So this needs to be a pointer here as well. Also, we probably want a constant pointer. Right. Um, we build. Okay, so this builds. So now we can go into UI and have this guy do something better. So this now can do if refresh window, we do core dot refresh. And we pass at source and null as the ID. Okay. Okay, let's see how this goes. Receiving command from core, host join. Here we are at start, but we're not making progress. Okay, so next thing is to see why we're not making progress in network. So in network, we received the command, we probably dispatch it. So let's add logging. So this is not run host connection. This is more like, let me think about it. Like start first connection. Well, I can rename it later in any case. So run host connection. Is there a point to learn software engineering and all the AI and stuff? Yes, there is. There is, because even if AI can do everything, you still need a human in the loop to evaluate that the solution that the AI proposes is technically sound and actually does, have desirable behavior by humans. AI cannot be given that responsibility. You cannot give responsibility to AI. It's a machine. You cannot, like, responsibility is not a thing that machines can solve. So just like, for example, imagine that tomorrow, so today, to build a bridge, you need an engineer. Well, you probably need more than one engineer, but you need engineers to make sure that the built bridge is not gonna crumble under your feet the first time you try to cross it. If tomorrow somebody makes an amazing machine that is able to print bridges out of thin air, you will still want somebody to double check that the magic bridge still holds and it's not gonna fall apart. And maybe in a far future where this machine that builds bridges becomes so consistent at building amazingly resilient bridges that you can at some point maybe trust it enough that you don't need supervision anymore. But today AI is nowhere near that point. So even if AI can do a lot of coding real fast, it's not perfect. You need to still evaluate it. If you don't, there's still like bad stuff that can happen. Like imagine that if you have AI make I don't know, like some kind of website where money is involved, and then it fucks something up, and now money is gone. Like somebody's stealing inventory or whatnot because of a vulnerability that, or like something wrong that the AI left in there. You don't want that to happen, so you still need software engineers. There's no escape from that. And related to that, there is probably some software, some kinds of software. I'll be blunt. Some kinds of low quality software that is that can be low quality, and it's fine if it is low quality, and the people involved don't care that it is low quality. That maybe is going to be the first that gets taken over by AI, because again, by definition, it's low quality. But there's still a lot of high quality software that AI just cannot do, and yeah, you can still have fun and be paid well if you are able to make that kind of software. Is there a specific language I should learn first? Maybe, yes. I would say the first language that you should learn is mathematics. So I don't know how old you are and where you live, but if you're young enough and have the possibility, you will probably want to do a computer science course or something along those lines. You want to learn you want to learn algorithms, you want to learn data structures, you want to learn some of the theory of software engineering, and at that point, whatever language you learn doesn't really matter much. Eventually, you will want to learn a lower level programming language if you want to be a well-rounded engineer. But you shouldn't be limited to that. Like you should learn, you know what? You should learn JavaScript. You should be able to write JavaScript, not because it's a great language. It's definitely not. But it is the language of the web. So you don't want to be locked out of being able to make animated web pages. But then you should also learn eventually a lower level programming language. And depending on your sensibilities, you will maybe want to do one thing first, then the other. Also, in terms of like finding a job, it's easier to find a job with web related stuff than systems programming. Zig is definitely my recommendation for a lower level programming language. And yeah, but really, the language is not the point. If you are a software engineer, you like a fully formed software engineer, you should be able to switch language without too much effort. You should be able to master any language. Not immediately. It takes a while depending on the language, but in general, mastering a language is not something that you can do like in a month. But you should be able to switch from one language to another, and given enough time, you should be able to master all of them. Now, you shouldn't make it a point to learn every single language. That's a waste of time. You do need to have, a few different alternatives depending on what you're doing. But ultimately, in reality, what will happen is that life will tend to choose for you. So like if you find a data engineering job, you will have to learn Python probably. If you end up learning a web front end job, you will have to learn JavaScript or TypeScript or you know what, maybe one of the other one of the other minor front end languages, but you will have to learn one of those. So it's not important to start hyper focusing on which language to start with. So starting run host connection. And here we print connected. You know what? Maybe we were stuck in a waiting for the connection to happen. I didn't wait for 10 seconds before closing, so maybe that's what we should be doing. So start, but it doesn't print that network is doing stuff. We see that we received the command, but we don't see that our coroutine starts. The heck? There's something sus going on. What the heck is going on here? Host connections dot concurrent run host connection. Why don't we see this happening? Hello? Hello? Because we're calling host connections not concurrent. So oh, you know what is happening? Wait. Even before then, we're failing to pull from queue get one. I think this print is fucking us over. We see receiving command from core host join. Did we? Oh, you know what's happening? We never started a network. That is what's happening. We never run the network. That oh shit, that's on me. So core. Yeah, look at this. That's kind of a problem. We need to have that uncommented out. Now, of course, there's networks. Oh, there's no init, right? It's called run. And actually, if we call it run, then we need to var network future equals network future equals io.concurrent network.run io defer network future.cancel. And network.run right now can fail because it uses try and it can return canceled. Do we want to do it this way, or do we want to catch return? I think we want to catch return and make it not error out. But I'm not so sure because we're also trying these guys. Now, you know what? Let's make it a return an error because we can afford it. It doesn't matter. So here we do catch nothing. Run is not part marked pub. Okay. Okay, so blah, blah, blah. There's no cancel in. You're right. This is a try. This is not a try. This is a catch return. Okay. Uh. Oh, this is gonna be interesting. Okay, the rest of the code right now is slightly wrong, but we'll worry about that once we get there. Okay, once IO probably. Expected arguments found too. Once IO. No field name FCS. Oh, you're right, because it's not host connect. This is host join. Oh, I was hoping to get GPA from core. Maybe we should be able to get GPA from core. Why shouldn't we? Yeah, no, you know what? We can. I guess we can make our own GPA in here. We obtain it. There you go. Everybody's happy now. Maybe. Invalid format for TCP error. Wait, what? That's unfortunately not a very useful error displayed by the LSP. Invalid format string. Give me the reference trace. I just spent an hour in GitHub issues rabbit hole and ended up with the juicy main proposal. Yeah, I think the juicy main is probably coming soonish. Network 325. 325. Oh. I don't know. I'm gonna put any for now. I think we're gonna have more of these problems. Holy shit, this is pulled in a ton of shit. Okay, you know what? Let's reduce the blast radius. Comment out these other things. We only support host join now. This hopefully cuts away all the code that still needs to be updated or close to. Okay, now the duration stuff doesn't work out. Error type, blah blah blah, not a function. Oh, you're right. Network 106. This is there you go. Happy now? Okay, switch must handle all possibilities. Yeah. Okay, basically, oh Jesus, there are so many errors of this kind that can happen. I really wish I could put a payload somewhere for this stuff. Which we could jerry rig somehow, but you know what? I'm gonna not do that. So I'm just gonna say update the network error, and I think that is allowed. Yeah, not complaining. Okay, so we don't need this. Expected error union type found void. Why did we make this guy void? This guy does not need to be void. This guy definitely can and should fail. Refresh is not marked pub. Oh, definitely need to do that. What font am I using? I think it's Fiera code. Okay, let's see how we're doing now. I want to see a juicy connection error now. With a crash. Oh, to do implement netconnect POSIX with timeout. Seems that we don't have support for timeout being in connections for now, so okay. Try again. Network error. Perfect. We now let's take a look at the logs because they should have a nice trace for us. So started ingesting commands, then network receiving command from core host join, then network starting run host connection, then unable to connect to host 127.0.0.1.1.19.1 connection refused. Okay, so this is a success. And then we can try again. And you know what? Let's try a different kind of outcome now. Let's do this. Zig 1 build run build serve run. Now we have a server running. I don't have everything set up, so this is gonna poop itself at some point. It's not all going to succeed, but the error should be different. It shouldn't be, I don't know, maybe this is gonna be network error, but it's gonna, I don't know. Actually, no, it shouldn't, because it should connect successfully, and then the function just returns. We'll see what happens. Oh, it does say connected, so yeah, this is where we stop, and we shouldn't stop here, but we definitely see that things went better now. So we can close this. That causes cleanup in the server. So far, so good. So far, this is delightful. Language development moved to Codeberg? Yes, it did. No more GitHub. I think the GitHub doesn't even update anymore. So we jumped ship. GitHub was, I don't know, getting increasingly problematic to use, and CI was pooping itself way too much. Also, core teams were complaining that pages were slow to load. Search wasn't, well, GitHub search on GitHub was never good, but it was also getting slower and slower. So yeah. Um, so we can connect. Okay, so now the next point is, okay, can we finish this workflow? So we connect. Connection is successful, but now we find we are at a there is a conundrum here for us, because previously we were like pre-allocating everything that we needed to connect to a host, and now we're not doing anymore. Now we are first sniffing out that we can connect, and then when we do, we want to basically allocate this stuff afterwards. In some ways, the smartest place where to make this allocation, it's in here, and not in core. The problem is that in general, core should be the one that cares about its own state. And now we are kind of, outsourcing some of that work, which is kind of sus. Where is the host join? Okay, so this state hosts add. We cannot call this from the network, but we can invert how we do this. So instead of doing hosts add, which creates a host with some stuff that is left undefined, we do the inverse, and we make that so that host add contains the things that previously we were leaving as undefined, and now we do it differently. So instead of being this is a command that comes from the network, which I think we do already have some. Actually, I think that the network, we exclusively communicate on a channel with the network. This happens in run. So down below here. Yeah, host sync. MSG. Caller speaking. Here, I think we need a new typology of message, which is like join host. Let's keep doing it subject first, verb after. So host joined, and host joined is sent to us by the network, and this is what makes us allocate one of these guys. Yeah. Oh man, this works. This is actually delightful. So host joined makes us call that. Do we have the lock? We might not have the lock. Do we have the lock? Yeah, critical section. Okay, so we do yeah, we need to do something about it, something like this. Okay. Maybe we should make a separate function for this. But in any case, hj, and then we do hj dot identity, hj dot username, and then I don't know what this false is. I guess we'll go figure it out now. Confirmed. Yeah, we don't need this anymore. We're gonna need to put in here cause like something else, like the host connection. Yeah. HC, HJ, maybe connection. We can call it like this. And then yeah, the fuck do we do with the return value? We just toss it because we don't care. Duplicate out of memory. Duplicate or out of memory. Okay, so we don't try, we catch. and we switch, on out of memory, we just return. I don't know what else to do for now. But in duplicate, we can do hj dot first connection status dot set update, and we updated this to duplicate, because now is when we recognize that it is a duplicate, and we probably need to also to clean the to do some cleanup, to do free resources, free associated resources. Okay, so free associated resources. Let's go update this guy. So in core UI, here, first connection status is connecting, connected, authenticated, then and then as possible final final outcomes, terminal states, we have also duplicate and added, or like success. We can switch view. Host was a duplicate. I mean, the other ones are kind of self-explanatory, I feel. So, okay, so we put that to duplicate. Let's take a look briefly in empty. When is it that we consider this a success? Status.get with P pending new chat. No, okay, no. Pending new chat. Oh, here we were saying if it's authenticated, then we are done. No, this is success. If it's success, we're done. None of the others is done for us. Okay, so this works. Oh no, what's happening in here? Jesus. We're not using state in host join. Yeah. Okay. Technically, we could notice that this is a duplicate in here without waiting, to be fair. So maybe add shouldn't tell us duplicate. Add should assert that it is not a duplicate. But then any attempt to add hosts concurrently would require extra coordination. Yeah, you know what? Even though that is like kind of late, fuck it. I'll leave it as is. It's fine. Okay, so what do we want to do next? Run. Oh, right. There's this part that is completely made up right now, and we need to make it real. So this part is fine. This part where we do host add, that requires the network to tell us that a host was joined. So let's go to network. Okay, we got a connection. We update to connected. This is the point where we need to we would need in theory to authenticate. And this could be a straight up request response cycle. Also, we probably need some like protocol handshake of some kind, which we currently don't have. But we can send a authenticate message. So we can do const auth equals d2 protocol client, or fuck, I don't remember. Client, lowercase c. Client authenticate. And oh, and right now it just contains a username. Okay. Okay. Bytes becomes hey, Ethernet cable. Yeah. I'm making a chat application that is meant to replace Discord. My plan is to get off of Discord by the end of 2026. There is longer. This is not just like a vanity project. The long story short is that I have observed the Zig community split up into multiple sub communities, not because they wanted to, not because people said, you know what, I want to make my own community and I want to split it that way. But rather because the platform that everybody was using before, that everybody was comfortable with before, kind of shittified to a point where they don't want to be there anymore. So that sucks. That sucks because you don't want to have that. You want people to shape the group of people that they want around them based on other things, not whether Discord was sold to Microsoft or decided to, I don't know, do something that pissed off some people. So I'm saying Discord because it's the one that I'm most affected by, but obviously the same applies to any other platform that you use. So the idea is a chat application that is kind of like Discord, roughly speaking, but not for gamers, but rather designed for, let's say, open source software development teams that you self-host. I would say software development is not the only use case that I want to have in mind, but it's the primary one. Just like Discord is not just for gamers, but it's primarily for gamers. Same, but like software development first. So Zulip, well, not necessarily Zulip. Here's a different thing, like a big difference with Zulip and instead a similarity with Discord. I want to have voice channels where you can see people in there and join them if you want. So I want to promote that kind of interaction. That is something that Zulip does not do, because on Zulip, when you want to make a call, you send a link to Jitsi, to fucking Jitsi, which I hate. And I've already implemented voice calls. So, well, right now they're like completely regressed since we're trying to switch to Async IO. But I mean, once I get there, they should go back. They should be back into working condition. And so I would say that even though there's obviously a ton of work more to do, I'm pretty far along when it comes to some of the basics. We tried to do a voice call at the Zig Day in Nuremberg from 2 different rooms, and we succeeded. It also crashed a lot, but I think they're moving to, like, the move to new Async IO. Holy shit, it's so good, so good. How did you do the voice? WebRTC or something more custom? Something definitely more custom. Definitely more custom. Here's my protocol. UDP packets. I define the header. I define the sequence number, timestamp stuff, client ID, TCP client ID, unique identifier to authenticate. So long story short, it's naked UDP plus with some headers defined by me plus a Opus payload, and it works for now. but I also have to figure out. So the last time I started this work like about a year ago, actually more than a year ago, but then I abandoned it for about a year because I was using libxcv and I was having too much trouble. So it was too early. We needed good IO in Zig before attempting a project of this kind, like seriously, while also having a good time. And now it's finally time. And at the time, we had voice calls working, but we did not have screen sharing working. So my goal is to get to where we were before, polish what is already there. So I want to, those features were like also like kind of prototyped to some degree. I want to um, have the stuff that we have work really well and then start tackling screen sharing, because I have no idea how the video part works. Or rather, I remember that we started having some idea, but like macOS was a mess of Objective-C, and it was like a royal pain to make work. Um, but that's gonna be the next thing that probably we start working on once what we have is polished. So Ethernet cable. Sorry that I stole your idea, but you know what? Here's a good news. If you're open for some collaboration, this what I have right now is not public yet. It's not publicly available, but I'm not against adding more people to the private repository. And at some point, I will be obviously happy to publish it. In general, I don't have an issue with people using my stuff when it's broken and incomplete. In this case, I'm kind of being more careful because this is the kind of project that is like very ambitious. And so when the project is very ambitious to the point where people won't easily believe that you're able to pull it off, if you show them something that is very heavily work in progress, they will tend to think that that's as far as you will be able to get. So I want to avoid that in this case. But and today this is not yet ready for collaboration because I'm like re-architecting the basics around Zig's Async IO. But once this part is done, I would be happy to open it for collaboration for people interested. You can stream it, obviously. You can also share pre-built executables to other people. Like this is not like secret. This is just not public. That's the idea. And there's also other people who are interested in this. So this might end up being, including Andrew, this might end up being like a nice community project. And man, this also helps understand how to design async in the meantime. So far, this has been a good time all around. Okay, so username, we want to serialize this stuff. So GPA, no, auth dot serialize. Just wants GPA. Okay. Understandable. Defer bytes dot free. What am I doing? It's the init, right? Wait, does this guy not, what am I saying? This gives a TCP message. Does it not have the init? Oh, it has destroy. Oh man, this has this stupid other stuff that I don't care about anymore. Okay, we'll think about this later because I need to change how this TCP message stuff works. In any case, let's send this to the connection. So also, I'm really thinking that panicking, that out of memory should be an immediate panic, because if this returns, right now we don't catch any of this, and it's a problem. You know what? Yeah, catch, and we need to make Okay. So we catch whom. Okay, we have bytes. We do. Um. Oh shit! We need a writer now. Oof, that's pain. We need a writer. But I think this can be an unbuffered writer because we're serializing first. At least in the current architecture, that's going to be a problem for future me if we change this. So we do connection dot. Actually, more than connection, should call it stream. I think. So what do we do with this stream? Yeah, we make an unbuffered writer basically. Actually, this needs to be mutable. Writer state. And then we do const w equals writer state dot interface. Right? Right. Okay. So we do w dot write all bytes, probably wants IO as well. We catch, and on a catch, log.debug error sending out request error. We need to let this guy know. This is still a network error, and we return. Okay, so in theory, if this went well, expected two arguments found one. Oh, this guy wants IO then, and so we don't pass it here. Oh yeah, you're right. The write functions don't need IO. It's just when you create it. Okay. Bytes dot data. Right, because it's not really bytes. It will become bytes. It's not bytes yet. Okay. Now we need to read the reply. Now we need to read the reply from our server. And the way this works is so now we need to parse like a message. How do we do this? I guess we just read a byte normally. Where is the network? Oh no, this network code down here is gonna be turbo cursed. So we probably want to read byte. We want take byte. Actually, can we even do take byte because we have an empty buffer? Hopefully we can. We'll see. So const tag marker equals. Oh, we need a reader now. Right, var reader state. Reader state is stream.reader. Empty buffer. Const r equals reader. Dot interface r dot take byte. This probably wants IO as well. Can we do take byte on an empty buffer? Calls peak byte. Does peak byte need this? No, because this works off of the internal buffer. So with an empty buffer, we cannot even do take byte. I mean, that is fair. So we need a buffer. Actually, you know what? Since we are like um not doing a one-shot send, it actually makes sense for this reader to be buffered. The problem is that if we make this buffered, then this buffer needs to survive. This is gonna be interesting for future me. Okay, hey everyone, first time here. Hello. I have a great Sunday to you as well. Okay, let's make our buffer. Make a buffer, pass it down, and now we can take byte. Yes. Now more than switching on it, it's an if. Like if marker different, then yeah. Actually, what? Because we want an auto reply, right? Let's look at server. Authenticate request. Simd or reply, right? Authenticate has a reply, which is a. Oh, does it keep it the same marker? It keeps the same marker, right? Because replies have the same marker as the original request. Man, the guy who designed this stuff is kind of smart, huh? Sometimes. I'm gonna call this like network error, even though it's well not exactly that. Uh oh, oh shit! This is another catch. I'm trying to think that maybe the network requests can all be tried, and then we have another defer that sets this stuff. You know what? Yeah, let's turn because there's gonna be a bunch of those. Like unable to connect to a host. I think unable to connect to a host is fine to keep different. Hmm. Or we could collect all of them here. We couldn't switch. What happens if we switch error in there? You know what? That is maybe such a good idea. Yeah, and that way we can restore trying in here. Because trying is good. Trying is good. Okay. Okay, give me a second, I'll do more stuff. Hey, one sec. Sending some messages and then I'll be back at it. Okay, what were we doing? We were saying that we want to go back to trying stuff because we want to do this in here. We want to here switch on errors. We centralize switching on on errors. Oh, you know what? That's cool because we could even not write this stuff here and even return an error in here, but I think it's fine. Less indirection. We should make sure to explain the invariants of these things like pre-post conditions. This function on error, this function must make sure to update FCS to a terminal state. Actually, this is like, oh, wait a second. Why am I documenting this stuff? The fur, can we ask if this guy is in a terminal state? Update safety. Is terminal state. I think we need to add information about that. Status state. Oh, okay. Let's call it status. Well, whatever. Um, inline function update safety, which is always present. If zero, so this panic happens always, not just in the bug. Eh, honestly, I would do it this way. Okay. Um, I think it should be called just assert done. Assert done means that we read what we have. So also this is a debug only feature, I would say. So inline 4, inline 4 done. How do we compare them? Do we... Oh, here we're doing numbers. I see. So what we could do... Oh, this is actually so much better. We... Field names. So we can do field names minus... We can do it with math instead of inline stuff. So current is going to be a int from enum. And we say, oh, we have progress. So we just want to say that it's like something like bigger than progress.len. If current is greater than progress.len, and return. Otherwise, or even better, assert. This is an assert. Assert that current is lower or equal progress.len. I don't know if it's or equal. I'm not sure. But yeah, assert done. Okay, so we can go now in network and we can say defer assert done. Yeah. And we can say on return, this function must have progressed FCS to a terminal state. How is this an expected statement found? Oh, it cannot be a document. That's fair. Okay. Okay, so so far so good. I want to deal with error. I'm starting to think that maybe this should also be its own special error. Anyway, we definitely have a ton of errors in here to worry about. Watch error. Oh my god, style minimal. So we have to worry. Oh, we have to worry about all the possibilities and also unused local constant. Oh no, terrible, terrible thing on our part. So this is the only error that we see here. Wait, why don't we not see the other error in here? Core 406. Okay, then fair. So in host joined, we add a host. I think we don't care. We can discard the result value at this point because we have no reason to put it anywhere. So let's look at add, remove confirmed from the state entirely. It is always confirmed. Hosts unconfirmed count. Don't care about it anymore. Take it out. No field name unconfirmed count. Yes, confirmed count. This whole concept is gone. Gone. Right, GUI frame. If confirmed count is 0, so it's more like hosts dot actual count. What do we have for count? We have last ID. Yeah. Guess we can do that. It's not error style. Oh, it's error style space minimal. Okay, these are the delightful things that we need to worry about. Let's take a look. Oh, we can literally copy this stuff. Wait, this is a cool time cursor, multi-cursor moment in flow. Let's see how we fare. In Helix, I wouldn't be able to do this in an instant. Let's see what we do in here. I guess we go in here. So different strategy. We go in here and I start doing Shift C, push cursor down. I guess we can do this. There are probably better ways, but this is fine. Move the quote, go to line, delete, insert, arrow. Actually, we don't know if we want to insert arrow. We definitely want to insert comma. Let's not do insert arrow. So we insert commas, and now we group them. So I would say timeout, write failed, read failed, end of stream. Would block, access denied, cancelled, unexpected. I think I'm trying to separate like something like out of memory from network stuff. Unsupported clock. Oh my god. Address unavailable, network down. Okay, so let's do it like this. Let's call this It's not exactly but we'll consider these guys Now let's do network errors. Would block, access denied, unexpected. Address unavailable, address family unsupported, protocol unsupported by system, socket mode unsupported, option unsupported, connection pending, connection refused, host unreachable, network unreachable. Okay, I guess this is everything except canceled. That is basically a network error for us right now. It's very imprecise, but we'll go with that. And we can even do this. So network error, T error return. I'm missing some stuff though. So is a no return. So we don't do anything for these guys. We also need to do fcs dot update to network error. Oh shit. Oh no, trailing commas. Would having them as error sets and switching based on the error set be a good idea? That has been a rejected proposal. So it would definitely bring some convenience. It's a reasonable thing to request, but the problem is that the error sets are not error sets have intersections in them, so it's not immediately. I think it might be a bit error prone to do it that way. But I think there were some other technical reasons why this proposal was rejected. I think this has this ties to the implementation a little bit more than just the semantics of usage. I don't remember all the details. In this case, this is on me. My problem is that I have an atomic. I call it atomic enum. So it's an enum that I treat as an atomic variable, and I use it to synchronize from the network thread and the GUI. And this is also specialized to what I'm doing here, where basically when I still need to update all the code, but what it does is that it also, oh man, there's so much garbage in here. Where's the, okay, here's the updated code. Okay. Where basically this also pings the UI framework to also repaint. And basically I'm doing this so that I can have these things that do state transitions and inform the front end about it. And since these are two different threads that synchronize, there's also a problem of how can I say, when it is a good time to refresh to release the memory sometimes. So I have this concept where basically an atomic enum has a starting value, a progression value where you can progress. But I think these guys are, I think these are not cyclical. I don't think you can go back. I think you can only go forward, but I don't remember. But in any case, the important part is that you can update between these ones, but once you reach a terminal state, you reach the terminal state, and that's it. Like the in debug mode, you will get a panic if you try to move. Once you're in that state, you try to move anywhere else. So here, this one is the first connection status atomic enum that basically does connecting, connected, authenticated, and then it can either become a success or there's a few different failures. What is missing from this system right now is that either I add one state per possible error that I get from that I was mapping earlier, or I need to somehow have a payload. I cannot have a payload in the atomic enum because, well, for it to be atomic, it needs to be an enum. Actually, no, it doesn't. It doesn't strictly have to do that because I think you can do atomic operations on word-sized things. So technically, we still have a bunch of bytes that we could use for an error payload. And actually, that is not a bad idea. Like I could extend this concept. I think there are I think our errors are like what, the U20 U16s? No, they're bigger than U8. I don't remember how big are our errors. I should research this. In any case, so I guess I could bundle some more stuff. But there's another way of making it work where you just need to make sure that you use whatever their memory, where you put information that you use that in according to this guy. There's a way of doing it, long story short. I just haven't done it yet. So for now, I'm basically collapsing everything into defaults to U16. Yeah. Okay. So if it's a U16, that is actually pretty good because I could have my uh my atomic enums are just U8s because I don't think I will need more than 200 states for any one thing. So we could put the other bytes to good use. We definitely could. Huh. I'll think about it in the future. For now, this is fine. So for now, this is just a network error. All this stuff. Cancelled also. Cancelled. So cancelled does not update the thing. Cancelled does not update the thing. But cancellation is problematic. Could be done though. It actually could be done. Oh. Let's do it like this for now. You know what? We can also add cancelled. Okay. I think we need another error. We need to create more errors now. It's comma. Okay. So here now, what about this guy? I think this guy should return an error for this, and that we handle above. Since we're centralizing error handling, might as well error dot protocol error, I guess. We can call it even D2 protocol error so that it's clear that it's us. This doesn't apply here anymore, but we can do log.debug protocol error. So down here, we can log something more precise, and then we can do return error.d2 protocol error. Which is actually an error code that we can reuse now that I think about it. This is okay. This is shipping up to be pretty good. So we expect to find a reply. Now, how the fuck do we parse a reply to this thing? Because I do not remember at all. We want to look at protocol client. This gives us a client request reply. Oh, right. A client request reply contains origin, reply marker, result, and extra. Right. So for this one, we just do parse alloc. But how do we know how much to read? How do we know how big this guy is? Oh, it doesn't matter. This guy knows because we pass down a reader. We pass down a reader and we read a U64, we read a byte, we read another byte, we read a... What is the reply marker? Oh, we do not get to see the reply marker right away. Okay, so we just parse a client request reply. Okay, I was misusing this stuff. So we don't do this. We do reply is a d2.protocol. We need const client request reply is d2.protocol client request reply. I'm noticing that client request reply client is being duplicated in this stuff. Wait, client server, the client request reply. Oh, it's not in here. It's in server. Right. This belongs to server. Okay, never mind. So that makes more sense. Okay. Is this correct? This is correct, finally. Okay, so client request reply parse unlock. We give it GPA. We give it our reader. And this can fail. What are the failures? What are these things? Oh no, I wish I would have. Okay, so these are network errors. Read slice, only network errors. Yeah, it's just network errors. Okay, so we can try this, and then we can say, oh fuck, the request reply thing was actually real. I think parse unlock, since it's a request reply, I think maybe that guy should ask for what we expect to receive and assert internally and return protocol error on failure. Yeah, I think client request reply should expect a marker, which in our case is d2.protocol.client.authenticate marker. Expected marker. So you wait. If reply marker is different than expected marker, or actually, I think origin is even better. I think that origin, we need to not just have that match, but we need origin to match. And actually, when when you have origins to match against, do we even care about the marker at that point? Yeah, this is not an unexpected marker thing. Actually, I'm not even sure why we passed the marker. I think that origin would be enough. So this should be expected origin. Return D2 protocol error. Take byte. Take int. Take byte. Oh, wait. Read int. This is my, this was my implementation. Okay. Okay, so we don't pass that. But we pass yeah, what's our origin? Oh shit! Authenticate reply origin. Oh no, I'm misusing this origin thing. I'm horribly misusing this origin thing. Oh fuck. uh I forgot what origin was supposed to be. I'm actually, you know what? Maybe I'm wrong right now. Maybe origin is not what I think it should be. Chat message send has origin. Origin ID. Is that like some kind of unique ID per request? Yeah, I think that origin, you know what? UI has this info. UI has this info, screen share, home chat panel, because this guy sets origin. Or maybe doesn't, but it calls the thing that does that at some point. Where is the on-click stuff? Give me the on-click stuff. Message list. Click or enter pressed. There we go. Get text, dupe, message send. This guy sets origin. Oh, there we go. Which used to be a timestamp. Yes, I remember. So origin used to be a timestamp. And that's how you know that you're talking about the same thing. That's how you know you're talking about the same thing. And that means that that request it means that that request what does it mean? It means that the matching happens on origin. Origin is not the ID. So origin is the original timestamp and it needs to be passed around, which means that that every request needs to have that. That said, why are we doing this? We are doing this because we could send a request, but in the meantime, we receive something else that isn't our request. This happens only after authentication, but it could still happen. In this case, we are authenticating. So the server should not be sending us any message other than the authentication stuff. Hmm. Which is probably why Authenticate didn't bother with that. Which I guess is fair. So how do we want to deal with that? I think that in network, I think client request reply parse unlock. No, these guys should not assert anything. Never mind. There's no expectation. I think that we should assert in here. I don't know. Maybe I'll change my mind later on, but so far it seems fine. So here we expect a reply. Then we should look at the outcome, I guess. And the outcome could be either a success or a failure. And then what do we do after that? And then after that, I guess here we can say, depending on the reply result, what it is that we got. It's result, which is a U8 in here, so it's not even typed. That is interesting. Wait, how the fuck do we even get the success or failure? Oh, this is not typed at all in the current system. Okay. we're gonna get through this. We might need to invent some more some new abstractions. I'll take a very quick bathroom break. I'm gonna start organizing a little bit for lunch, and I'll be back. Shouldn't take long. BRB. Okay, I'm back. Do. Okay. So we have some stuff that doesn't really match. Hello, then Norl. You too have a good day. Thank you. Uh, so how do we make progress? So we sent a request and we kind of want a reply to our request. I think that authentication is maybe the one case where a generic reply doesn't really cut it. Huh. Maybe this is the one case where it doesn't really cut it. But you know what? Maybe that's not it, because this could be that it just we get on okay and then we just unprompted get a host sync reply. Or we could abuse the origin ID field, to be honest. Maybe what I'm doing is a bit of an abuse, but it works. Okay, let's proceed a little bit more. So we want to see if we succeeded or not. Um, let's do it like this. If reply.origin ID is 0, then this is a failure. Return error dot authentication failed. Can even take this out. We inline it. So authentication failed, we need to deal with in here, but we do have a dedicated thing for it. So authentication failed. Okay, we put there authentication failed. There is no origin ID. Is there not? Oh, it's just origin. Okay. Right. So this is the origin. If it's 0, it's authentication failed. It's different than 0, it's a success. So we can do authenticated. So we can do fcs.update authenticated. Here we can do also log.debug auth successful, or let's be precise, authenticated successfully. Okay, so state is authenticated, and at this point we are kinda done. At this point we should be kinda done. And okay, so let's add some comments. So first connection was successful, so we ask core to create a new oh, what about reflow? Do we have reflow? Holy shit, we don't have reflow. Okay, this is gonna be something that definitely Neurosite needs to add, because that feature is super duper cool. So we ask core to create a new host. Well, to add a new host. To add a new host and provide add a new host period. Now, how do we ask stuff of core? Because it's core.command. Yeah. Okay, it's core.command. So core does have a command, which we are not using anywhere. I think this is kind of a command from network. Oh yeah, it's a network command, the argument. So it does come from the network. What are network commands? Oh, these are the ones up here. Oh no, wait. Those are not defined in network? I kind of feel like the network commands should be defined in network. The command interface is from the network. What? What does that even mean? Command interface. MSG, color speaking. I don't know what this command is supposed to say, so I'm gonna delete it. Host joined. And for now, let's just make a struct in here. Or, oh, okay. Host joined. Const. Host joined. Also, where this not below. There's a simple status. Are we using simple status anywhere? In process, amount error. I'll guess we'll comment it out if we ever need to. Right. Okay. So what do we have in here? We have username. We have identity. And we have the host connection. So this. Okay, so command. I'm really surprised that this is defined in core and not in net and not in network. But it's fine. So host joined. HC, we need to make it username, identity, identity. Um, okay, we need to make a host connection now. And the good news is that we can do this in here. Yeah, don't call it self. So create host connection on an error catch return, not anymore. Now this is a failure. Try. Okay, try creating a host connection. On error, we freed. This is the address. I think this stuff also goes in there. Status TCP stream, blah 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 blah. We also, I think we should do it also like this. Other. So like this. So hc.tcp.address is that. hc.tcp.stream is try hc.tcp.address, blah, blah, blah. We also need to set stuff. Oh, I think it can even be like this. .tcp equals this. There we go. Without this one, maybe? Oh, God. Okay. Oh, but then I cannot refer to this address. Fuck. Never mind. So like this. And this is other. There we go. What else are we stuffing in here? Qbuff and Q. Qbuff is undefined. Q. For Q, we have to do this hc.tcp. There we go. We need Q. So TCP is all okay. Nothing else needs to be set except maybe, oh, status. Right, there's a connection status thingy. I guess we can give it a default. It's a pointer. Wait, why the fuck is this thing a pointer? I think I was trying to do something really fucked up. I think I was trying to do something really fucked up. So connection status. Oh, it's a pointer to these guys because this is owned elsewhere? Ooh, what? No? No? So you're coming with me then, because you're definitely part of this guy now. I guess. And so that means that it's just this. Okay. State. Wait, status, state? The fuck? Okay, you know what? We're commenting this stuff out. We don't know yet what to do about it. Maybe I'll keep this uncommented but unused. We'll see. We'll see what to do with this. Also, let's take this out. So identity, username, TCP, UDP, which we don't use right now, so we'll leave that as null. You know what? I'll leave it there. Fuck it. So now, okay, so we connected. Now this reader needs to be state. This reader needs to be part of the allocation. So this guy needs Q buff, read buff, write buff. Actually needs a reader as well. The state of the reader and writer need to be in there also. Let's do it like this. Q buff Q, R buff. Um, reader io.net.stream.reader wbuff 4000. And let me think about this for a second. We definitely need this, and that means that we need this. Yeah, they need to be in here because because of how we were doing things. It's fine. Right now, does a writer need this? Not right now. Yeah, but we will. There we go. Okay, so we hold this stuff in here as well. This is a chunky boy struct, but it's fine because it goes on the heap. So that means that when we instantiate it, when we initialize this stuff, we do it here. We do it here. Take this out. This can go here. These guys can go here. We can do HC. HC dot rbuff HC TCP wbuff. Okay. Here if we get here, we are connected, initialized, connected. Write the authentication stuff. Authenticated successfully. HC. Okay. So we moved everything in there, and now we can do HC. Okay, almost there. This guy is just wrong though, because oh my god, why is this going to a queue put? What? Okay, queue buff, queue, mutex. So queue is for network commands. Problem is that put is cancelable, and it should be put one. And this needs to be, we need to try this. This needs to be fallible because of cancellation. Oops, what am I doing? This needs to be fallible because of cancellation. Um, so here we need to try this. The Google receives subsequent updates about this host from core. This also reminds me that if we do this, it means that authenticated is not a final state, but this is where we are supposed to be leaving this. So this means that our assert is slightly wrong. This is defer. Oh, we cannot make this an assert done. This is more like is done. So no debugging here. No assert, but just what we will return. That means that in here, we want to do the asserting. So defer, if it's debug, then we do assert fcs dot get equals it's either authenticated or it's done. One of the two. The problem is this is unfortunate because we're like getting twice. But it's fine. Duplicate. Oh shit! I was doing it down here. Why was I doing it down there? What? Um. Missing start queue. Yeah, that is true. Missing identity. Yeah. Okay. Okay, this is all this is all going pretty well. Car has no member host joined. Yeah, you're right. Um Even more the reason to move these on this side, honestly. Even more the reason to define this stuff on this side, I think. Huh. How do we refer to this stuff from core? It's network command. Core.network command host join. That is so weird. Well, maybe it makes sense. HC, then first connection status equals first connection status. We need to pass around that one as well. There we go. Okay. I think I need to take a break for lunch. It's gonna take me not long. I'll be back in about 15 minutes. Send. Yeah, lunchtime. Lunch break. I'll be right back. I'm back. Idle stream. Okay. Had lunch. So we have our first connection status that we give to core. Core receives it, and then we process it here. No. Where do we process this? So host join, these are like all things that we do from the UI. The problem is run, right? The problem the problem is that it is run. Run is the one that deals with this stuff. So host join, there we go. Oh, I wonder why. Go to references. The problem is that this doesn't work. Oh, that sucks. Oh wait, is this because get doesn't exist? It's get one. I think I'm like oh yeah. That's why it doesn't work. Because we're messing up this part. Oh, and also because this while true sleep is cutting us off. Oh Jesus. Oh Jesus. Oh Jesus. This sleep is cutting us off. Okay, let's do like this. Comment this out. Comment this out. Just leave quit and host join, and we do like else panic not implemented. Okay. Let's get rid of this. Oh man, we're not, and now we're talking. Let's see. Extracted type void found error cancelled. Right. So here we cannot try. We have to catch return. Okay. Here we catch return. Here we doing host identity connection. Wait, do we change the order? HC. Then when we create it in client only, there is an HC handle, right? Connection. Where the HC handle? Oh, this thing has okay. The connection status. Why did this freaking thing have a status in there? Get rid of this type. We're gonna change this to HC. And this is not undefined anymore. This is always available, or maybe not, but at least in this case it is. C is oh my god, what were we doing here? No. There we go. So this all goes well. Then down here we do host joined, we add it, and if we get here, So a duplicate is this, blah, 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 blah. And then I guess we can do continue. While down here, we say hj.fcs update dot success. And we can even add our invariant. We can say defer assert hj fcs dot is done. How can we not have asserts? Oops. Okay, let's see what is going wrong. HC, I guess. Channel create is host client connection. Is it connection or HC? No, I did call it HC. HC, I guess. Expect a network command. Oh, I'm dumb. I thought this was like weirdly shitty. And it wasn't. I was using it wrong. There we go. Yeah, that explains it. Okay, much better. Expected the arguments found one. Yeah, we need IO. We have some global IO that we can use in here. We do not. Well, you gotta use IO. Okay. D2 protocol error doesn't exist. Yeah, comment it out. UI. What is the name of this thing? Authentication failure. Oh, failure. Honestly, we could make this a lot a thing that we log inside of Atomic. And maybe we can even accept at source for it. I don't know. We'll see. Oh god, what's going on? Block while core persistence. Oh, when loading from disk, we're creating a connection for each one of these guys. No, we don't. Right, we're loading from disk, and now connection is can make it optional. For now, we can leave it undefined, and it's HC. Not confirmed. None of this. Oh snap! But with this now, we cannot load it from disk without creating a connection. That is unfortunate. I also reading comments on YouTube. My chat application probably borked, and I'm missing YouTube. What's going on in there? Let's see. Okay, there was one from way earlier this morning. It's been away from Zig for a few months. Andrew mentioned in one of his last talks that async was pretty much settled, but it's been changed again. Um, no, it's not settled. We're working on it, and it's being changed because it's not complete. Is Andrew done with async? As in, nothing is currently should be supposed to be deletable? No. We're not done with async. Not at all. Wherever you read that we're done with async, you've been lied. You've been lied to. um. So when someone is asking about async, you got delayed one patch version. I don't know what you're talking about, but async is right now in master branch, and whatever it is right now in master branch will be in 0.16. But the question is about whether async is done. Async is not done. I'm using async right now, but there's bits and pieces missing. So async is being worked on. It's coming, but it's not done. Okay, so now we have a problem because previously we were able to add stuff. I think that what we want to do is make this null and add should accept like null also as an option, something like this. I think it should be like this, and then never mind, it's only one null. And we make this optional. Yeah, we literally make it optional. HC. There you go. Accept the type, blah, 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 found const T. Oh, god damn it. This is me in one of my calls to is done. I'm checking is done in the handler function in core where we handle here. Is done needs a pointer to const self. Wait, what is your problem? Expected type start T const T. Oh wait, because get wants it mutable, but no, there's no point. Missing field HC. Except that T found optional T. Channel create. You're trying to create a channel, but channel whose connection could be missing. How do we do this? How do we do this? Frick. I see why I was doing the thing where we kind of try to allocate everything all at once and then the other guy initializes it. That does really help with stuff, but it's also true that, well, if it is uninitialized, then it's still a problem, isn't it? It is still a problem, isn't it? I think I'm having network do too much stuff. I'm thinking that the life cycle of host connections is also something that core should concern itself about. and the network just literally pumps. This is, yeah, this change that I made has annoying cascading consequences. So I was right when I said that I might end up regretting when it was changing. Uh, okay, let's think about it a little bit more. So I'm trying to create a channel, and I don't know what state is the server in. So the way this stuff should work is that we load the application. The application is on, and in the meantime, we're attempting to connect. And it would make sense for a user to want and see what we have in cache, for example, even if we haven't established a connection yet, which currently, as this is structured, means that we might have not allocated a host connection yet, even. So it would be fine for this to be null. The problem is that if this is null, then network doesn't even know which host we're even talking about. I'm starting to think that network shouldn't exist. I'm really starting to think that this whole idea of network should not exist, and it should just be embedded in core. That said, for testing purposes, being able to swap out some of this stuff wouldn't be a bad idea. That double said, though, we could fake that with an IO implementation if we wanted to. Yeah, why fake the network when you can just fake just the entire IO implementation? Huh. Uh-huh. Yeah. I think we need to talk about the full host. Oh no, I think I remember why we are trying to limit what we send over. Um it's because stuff could happen on our own end. Like we might decide to try and free this guy while the network is still doing stuff. So there's that. Although it's probably a good idea to say that if we want to delete something, we first need to make sure that all life cycles everywhere else have completed, and then when we complete them, we can kill the thing. Which means that we could even add futures to these guys in here. So instead of having a wait group, we have a series of futures. Maybe. Yeah, because host is not going to be locked once you get it. So the idea of splitting these two things apart is because you have like a clear demarcation between state that belongs to host that you cannot access from when you're not holding a lock versus state that we consider fair game for the network. No, maybe having a separate network concept is not a bad idea. That said, we need to figure this shit out here. I guess the assumption is that, so, okay, you're trying to send a chat message and we're not connected. Like, we're still initializing. Okay, what do we do then? Because this is basically what we're seeing here in the code, right? Here we're saying, okay, yeah, oh, sorry, not send a message, create a channel. So I want to create a channel, but I'm actually not even connected to this thing. So what do we do? What do? I guess we could queue the command up. I guess what we should do is queue the command up. It's not a network command. Okay, so maybe it's the concept of a network command that is wrong. What we want is to go into host connection. No, not in host connection. Oh, fuck, but host connection is the one that owns the queue. So maybe the queue should be provided. We put the queue inside of host. You know what? I think no. I think that this should fail early. Now, if we're not connected, we're not gonna queue up your request to create a channel. I think we should return you a quick error, like not connected, and then whoever is calling this. And then who's calling this has to worry about about communicating to the user that no, this request did not go through because we were not connected. I think this is fine for now, like this. Let's continue. Get connection handle was using this. Core in call join. Oh, we didn't get connection handle. Which wait, given a host ID. Okay. Well, this is HC, I guess. Next question. Oh, this is optional. And then where we use this, we do HC is get connection handle, or else return error dot not connected. So far, so good. So far, this is fine. Call leave. Call leave. Let's see what lifecycle management of this guy is complicated. I think that for now I'm just gonna do HC is client dot HC or else return. HC. Oh, you're trying to send a message, but we're not connected, or else return error not connected. There we go. Okay, so we fixed all this stuff. We're building. That is interesting. But okay, I think this should be enough to test our stuff. Or not. Panic, index out of bounds. Yeah. Views main 20. If active O's 0. Okay, we're going. Why are we going straight up into main? We should go into empty. We are. I think I failed. I failed that checking here. Different than 0. Oh no! Wait, this is the opposite. Is 0. Okay, there we go. Yeah, I did get that stuff backwards. There we go. Network error. Perfect. Let's test authentication. So now I want to see an authentication error. 127001. I think that if I try to call myself Loris, I will get an authentication error. It's giving me a connection. But it stops at connected. And it doesn't show me. So we didn't get a out success. Oh, it stops at connected. Okay, there's something sus going on. Oh, it stops at connected. Type Drogo has slice field username equals 3. Okay. Why do we not see authenticated anymore? We borked something. We see connected, but we don't get here. Like, what the heck? Oh, if this is 0, we return authentication fail. Do we print something on authentication failure? Yeah, we print authentication failure. Uh, what is going on? Well, we definitely want this. Refer hc.tcp.stream.close. That definitely was missing. But none of these explains anything. What the heck is going on? Why is the server not authenticating us? This just says new connection. Okay, let's add some printing in here. Fail out attempt, unknown user. Client authenticated successfully. Okay. Okay. Run this client. This gets stuck at connected. This says new connection. we don't correctly send a command. Oh, I know what's happening. We're not flashing. God fucking damn it. That's what changed. I forgot that I had to do that. I tried to remember at some point and then I forgot. In network, we got a flash. Don't forget to flash. And I forgot to flash. Okay, Loris should be a failure. Okay, question A. Fail out attempt unknown user Loris. Okay. But here we don't see any result. Like what the heck? So we try to parse a reply and that never happens. Huh. Um that surprises me. What are we doing wrong in the server? Client authenticated successfully, failed to authenticate. Let's see. Client TCP queue put 1 and we put a reply. Command reply fail. Oh, we are. Man, I'm. Fail 0. There's no way we disagree on how this stuff works. There's just no way we disagree. Hmm. You know what's happening? I think we're just not flushing on the server now. Where's the wait, symbol picker, space S? Show available symbols on current file. Yes. Run TCP. Right. We're not flashing in here. That's the problem. Although that does not explain. No, that does explain everything so far, I think. Okay, no, that doesn't explain. I think we are having a protocol error. Like our deserializer is wrong, or our serializer is wrong for client reply. You know what? Maybe one of these things is still expecting like to be given a length prefix or something. Protocol server client request reply. Let's take a look. Client request reply. Serialize. Write byte marker. Write int origin. Read int u64. reply marker, take byte, result take byte, extra read slice as a U16. Yeah. This should be protocol. Oh, no, never mind. It's just to be denom. Okay. Whatever. So this is fine. This matches my expectations. Actually, I think we even have a test for this. Maybe we don't. Test proto. This seems to work for me. No, the problem is the marker, I think. Oh yeah, this is it. This is what fucks it up. It's the marker. Because we put a marker. What even is the marker of this guy? R. There we go. Yeah, we need to read the marker in our client. Okay, so that was entirely me misusing this stuff. Okay, network. I think maybe parse alloc. No, we need to do it outside. So const marker equals try r dot take byte, and then we do if marker is different than r, return error dot b2 protocol. Actually, log dot debug. Expected client reply marker got C marker return error dot D2 protocol error. We are duplicating, you know what? D2 protocol. Connected, but we still do not see what we wanted to see. Okay, we need to start printing in here. I guess we're gonna get stuck in there at some point. I think I also want to give this a default value of localhost. I'm getting tired of typing this out. We do not see any print. Wait, what? Oh, wait. It didn't. Wait. Okay, that's on me. Please tell me you can give default values to these guys. Placeholder. I think the placeholder is not a default value, unfortunately. We can try. But I think the placeholders are not default values. Yeah, this is missing IP address. Cool feature, just not what I want right now. Cool feature. And that means that we can also do this. Oh, what the fuck am I doing here? Yeah, better in some ways. Better in some ways. There you go. Quick hack, so that we don't have to do it every single time. Okay, so this part works, but how is it that we are not even beginning to read? Okay, let's go into protocol server, and in here, let's put begin read. And in serialize, we say r.debug begin write. Wrote marker. Wrote origin. Wrote reply marker. Okay, with this, we have it on both ends. Wrote marker are wrote origin 0. Wrote reply marker A. Wrote result 1. Wrote extra empty string. And here, we didn't read shit. How are we not reading shit? We are missing some logging also, maybe. We either are missing some logging or we are actually getting stuck way sooner than I think, and I broke something else. That would explain my confusion. Yeah, you know what? We're not even logging connected, are we? Starting run host connection. No, wait. How? Wait a second. No, some of that has to be there because it makes no sense otherwise. Man, I wish the DVI did not reset GPA because we leak way too much. Starting run host connection connected. So now we do have some prints. Starting run host connection. We print connected. Then we serialize. We write all. We flush. I guess we should do log.debug send out request. So I expect to see. I want to see where I get stuck in here. I think it's take byte though that pooped itself. I don't see how it could be any different. So server so far seems fine. Loris sent out a request and then we get stuck. We can't even read the first we can't even read the first byte. Wait, so yeah, we're not okay, you know what? Wait, it is the server then. We're just not receiving because okay. Here's another thing that I was doing that is kind of confusing. Here I'm thinking that we're writing, but we're writing to a string. When does the freaking server send us this stuff though? I think that's what we oh my god, that's what we're fucking up. I bet you. Because I actually never tested um I never tested this guy. I never tested this guy. Yeah, you know what? I bet you that we just never unblock from here. Look, log.debug got TCP write got messages to send. And I bet you that we're never gonna see this thing. I bet you that we're never gonna see that thing. Yeah, we're not seeing that thing. Okay, so I'm gonna go to protocol and remove these prints because they're useless. We already have good infrastructure. I mean, not perfect, but good infrastructure. We're not gonna make these errors. We're also not gonna make these errors here. This is all fine. It might get stuck, but not because of a mismatch in here. The problem is that we're not doing this. God damn it. So I think that this guy is borked. But this does not explain then why get one would work. Because I mean, there could be a logic error in there, but it seems unlikely to me. Why is our guy get not returning? Function name. fn underscore name. God damn it. I should have known that it was underscore, but I would not have guessed fn name. We're sending a lot, which makes sense. We see run client TCP write started, but it never unblocks. Oh god, it never fucking unblocks. This motherfucker. This motherfucker never unblocks. That is so annoying. This guy never unblocks, but we know that we are putting stuff in the right place because client. Hey, crypto code from a D2 room. Huh? That wouldn't be a bad idea, would it? I could see doing that. That would be definitely funny. Yeah. I think it's actually not even against the terms and conditions of any of the platforms. And in some ways it would be a superior choice. Yeah. Actually, that could, you know, that is a thing that could have some interesting implications. But right now I can't even write to a socket, it seems. So we'll get there. Just we have some things to deal with first. Like, what the fuck is going on here? It's put all. Wait, is it put all that never succeeds? wait. We need a print in here. Log.debug. Queued. Queue to replies. Queue to reply. Let's see what our debug printing is going to tell us. Yeah, we definitely queue the reply. So we're failing to pull it. We are failing to pull from this queue. Am I somehow copying client in the like dumbest possible way? Let's trace everything back from the beginning. Run TCP accept, make a connection, client manager. We make a client here, pass down as a pointer to this guy, pass down as a pointer to that guy. So that guy receives it as a pointer. We are talking about the same goddamn TCP client and queue and whatnot. So yeah. TCP read doesn't do any shenanigan, just freaking reads from the TCP stream. This actually has nothing to do with the TCP stream. This is the queue. Somehow the queue is borked. Here we call methods on client, but these methods on client are fine because client again is referenced via pointer. So client TCP queue, it's still the same queue. It It's weird. This is really weird. This surprises me. Okay, there is one way, I guess, to check for what's going on, which is in TCP write, we make this say 1. This should make everything consistent. Oh, fuck, and now it works. There's a bug in the Zig implementation. God damn it, man. Okay. Plus an invalid free. That's fine. Okay. There's a bug in this guy. Oh my god, man. Get well, it's in threaded. Can you see threaded? Now we have to go in here. Oops. IO threaded. Show me the vtable, condition group, mutex, directory file now, sleep net, net lookup. Oh no, this is not specific to threaded. This is in IO. Oh shit. Yeah, because this is type erased, but it's this guy. How the fuck does this not work? Let's see. After the buffer len is greater than mean, fine. Then buffer len, if buffer len is 0, return 0. Otherwise, locate a mutex, yeah, lock a mutex, blah blah blah. Okay, so this part is fine. Take a look at get locked. Yeah, there's a logic bug in here. God damn it. Why is the logic bug never in the 5-line function? Why is it always in the bigger function? Bruh. Remaining, the ring buffer gets first priority, then data should come from any queued footers, then finally the ring buffer should be filled with data from putters so they can be resumed. Oh god, man. Copy len is the minimum between slice and remaining, which must be greater than 0. Then we copy from remaining into slice. While queue.gettable slice. This implementation is sus. I don't know. Okay, there's definitely some logic that I don't understand. I have no experience with ring buffers enough to know what the optimal implementation is, not even remotely. But wait, where are we copying one? Like if I put minimum 1, then you're copying 1 at a time? Why are you copying 1 at a time? Also, mem copy retaining slice. Oh, wait a second. Retaining is buffer. Oh, remaining, sorry. Remaining is buffer. But why are you mem copying 1 at a time? The copy length should be the maximum. Well, no, should be the minimum between the length of the slice and the maximum between buffer length and means. What is going on with this implementation? There's something sus. Oh, man. Jesus. It's another. There should be an issue. There should be an issue. It should be an issue. Oh my god. Okay. So to do. set to 64 when Zig fixes this. When slib. Okay. Okay. So I can do Loris now. And we can get an authentication failure. Perfect. This should not poop the server though. So we hit an invalid free on messages. Oh yeah, that is that is 100% true. Like one bajillion percent true. 1 babonkers% true. 289. 289. And now there's an unused function parameter. God damn it. Did it use the min parameter? Uses slice sizes? No, did it? Maybe I misread. Misread. Let's see. Get locked. Oh, you're right. Oh wait, I did misread this, didn't I? You're right. It's copying. You're right. It's between. Oh my god, I completely misread this. Wait, how did that happen? I totally did. Yeah, it's the minimum between slice len and remaining len, which makes sense. Remaining len, yeah, it's not min. I don't know why. I think this min and this min made me confused. So no, this does make sense. Okay, so this copies stuff correctly. Okay, but there's still a logic bug in there somehow. I don't know how exactly, but somewhere there's a bug. It's somewhere in here. Maybe we can make a super simple repro for this. Let's see if we can. F repro.zig. We need an IO implementation. So we can do q dot put 1. And then we can do Come on. Exit type, blah, 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 found const. Yeah. Expect type IO found const mean. Oh, it's the other way around. IO then number. Okay. So this works. F has a difficult condition for me because in American. Oh, F. I see. I just wanted I wanted to use the original name, and I just wanted a quick command, because with Helix HX is pretty, it's pretty nice. At least in callback it's not bad. Like, it's good to type. I could try to do FC, but FC is still not as nice to type as HX. And in any case, F is just so handy. So that's what happens when a German guy makes or actually, I don't know if Neurosite is exactly German, but at least a guy that lives in Germany makes a piece of software, and then a guy from Italy uses it, and that's where you end up. Okay, so why are we not getting stuck here? What if this is smaller? Is this what causes the bug? Bro. Okay, let's use the exact numbers that I'm using in server. This is driving me insane. This is driving me insane. Okay, where's this fucking queue, man? TCP queue is 64. And then client has a queue that points to this guy, which is 64. Okay, so 64 and 64. Bro, why is this not pooping itself? Huh. In the middle of us? Then if you do, you must attend either a Zig Day, either Zig Day Nuremberg or Zig Day Milan. Or start your own. That's also a possibility. That's also legit, but it has to be one of these two. Um, this is problematic. This is really, really, really problematic. Oh, but you know what's happening? The difference is that in one case we're waiting, but still, even then, no, I don't think it's I don't think it's Mutex not working. It definitely is not Mutex not working. Like, how is this going? How is this happening? Why is get with a 64 not working? I honestly have no idea what to do at this point. I truly do not get it. I cannot repro it. I guess I could try to put these things into different coroutines. So let's do try io.sleep from seconds, 2 seconds of real time, and then we put one. Hmm. Okay. Motherfucker. Oh, okay. Oh, there we go. We triggered it. Holy shit. Success. We did it. We did Reddit. Is it an alignment issue? I sincerely doubt it, because alignment is managed correctly by the type system, and we're just using the natural alignment of everything. We're not attempting. Or you know what? There is a type erase thing in the middle at some point. Maybe you might be right. You know, it's actually fairly easy to test. So besides, okay, machine reward star vn change. Oh no, wait, undo. Okay, one sec. Um, machine reward star visual n uh n. So now we have everything. Change U8. Okay, now we're doing U8. So U8 has alignment, whatever. So whatever you put it doesn't matter. Only one works. 64. Blocks. So no, it's not alignment for sure, because otherwise with U8 it would have worked. I wasn't convinced that this would have been the problem, but we are using a type erased queue. So I was about like what I was saying originally is that, well, we're not doing anything weird with alignment, so it shouldn't be an alignment problem no matter what. But the queue is type erased, so you were right in the sense that, I don't know, maybe there's a bug in there that pertains alignment, because when you're doing a type erasure, now you have to start worrying about alignment again. But that's not it, because U8 has alignment 1, so any address is like any other pretty much. So no, we got a repo. We got a repro. God damn it. Okay, guys, don't steal my one-time password, please. 429794. Okay. Let's see. I'm mostly a lurker of Zig things to relax in a positive corner of tech in the world. I see. Escaping the reality from the job. So currently trying not to make anything regards to Zig in any way serious. I see. But I very much appreciate what you do. Thank you. So doom. I'm trying to understand what you're doing there. What you're actually doing here. You mean what I'm working on today? I should have probably left this open. I have a chat application that I'm porting to async Zig. I think we named the receive buffer not according to the name convention. I guess maybe we should pull and check if anything was changed in the meantime. That's probably a nice thing to do. Let's look at the recent Git log. Build stage 2 wasn't build heap. Stack and winding faster on macOS. Wait, that's from yesterday. Holy shit! What did MLAG do? Um, let's see. This is to track the performance in debugger locator on macOS down to a function in DLD, which self-info was calling into. It turns out that DL others symbol lookup logic is horrendously slow. Looking at its source code, it appears to be doing a linear scan over all symbols in the image. Question mark, exclamation mark. However, we don't actually need the symbol, so we want to try and avoid this logic. Luckily, DLD has more precise APIs for what we need. Unluckily, Apple, in their infinite wisdom, decided they should be deprecated in favor of DL other, despite the latter being several times slower. And by several times, I have measured a 50 time X slowdown on repeated calls to DL other compared to other API. But luckily, again, the deprecated APIs are still exposed. So after a careful analysis of the situation, so reading DLD old code and cursing Apple engineers, wait a second. We said that we don't do that. We said that we have to be kind to everybody. I'm I think it makes sense to just use these deprecated APIs for now. If they ever go away, we can write our own cache for this data to bypass Apple's awfully slow code, but I suspect these functions will stick around for the foreseeable future. And if blah, blah, blah goes away, there's also another one, which is similarly identical function supported by DLD just the same, with a separate functional identical implementation and not documented in the public header file. Apple worked in serious ways, I guess. Detect comp-time var, references in ASM to improve errors. Merge pull requests, remove deprecated things. Merge pull requests, link dependency file. Okay, I think that nobody has tackled this in the last few days. This is my beautiful commit. Okay, there's the threaded stuff from Andrew, but this might not be in my thing. But I would hope that he hasn't snuck changes to. I guess we could diff. Oh man, I wish I had Neurosite here because I would ask him stuff about flow. Actually, he did say that we have git info. Wait a second, config. Gutter symbols true. Enable terminal cursor true. Highlight current line. Highlight current line gutter. Highlight columns alpha. Enable autosave false. Bottom bar. Show scroll bar, show file icons, scroll bar auto hide. Start debugger on crash false. That is funny. Hint window style thick boxed. Oh, I think this might be some of the stuff that we care about. Widget style compact, value type one of top bars top bottom bars left. Oh, thick box extra thick. I don't know what these settings do, unfortunately. I feel like the Neurosite has done an interesting job with this config file. It only needs one last thing: documentation for what these things do. A little bit, like I guess this is in a sense a little bit of documentation, which is good to have. But sometimes it's just not clear what that setting is supposed to be. Panel editor, bars, top, bottom, bars, left, right, thick box. Oh, I guess these are like for tiny windows and other things of that kind, like how to style them. That is fine, but I guess this does not have any Git related thing that I care about. That I can maybe here mode, file, log, selection, diagnostics, line number. What if I comment this out? Actually, no, that's not what I wanted to do. I'm gonna copy it. I'm gonna delete it. I'm gonna do right quit. I'm gonna open config again. What is the default? Oh, the default is different. It has git info in here. I see. So I had the old version, and this is the new version that has more cool shit. I don't know if I want the clock, to be honest. Mode, file, log, selection, diagnostics, keybind, branch, line number, clock spacer. Oh. I think I can make do. I can make do without clock. Branch, maybe. Honestly, more than branch, what I would like is diffs in the gutter. Because that's fucking handy. Hmm. Hmm. I'm also not sure about line number. I mean, we have line numbers here. Maybe we could put line number in here and we delete line numbers on the side because I really do not need them. I would be fine with leaving this here. And I really don't want branch. I really don't. I'm not sure if I really do not care, but I really do not care much. Oh, this shows me changed. This shows me changed files or untracked files. In that sense, this is nice. It's nice that we have this selector. But I probably can pull that up from keybind. Do I ever do that? Do I ever navigate only in changed files? Maybe if it's a merge conflict. But I think this does not justify this guy being here. It would tell me if I'm in the wrong branch, but it's not important. I think it should be like this. Keybind line number spacer, diagnostic selection. So this is all fine. I'm not even sure what the selection part does. You mean color indicators of the diff type in the gutter? The diff type? No, I'm talking about showing me which lines have been modified. I'll show you in a second. Let me just take a quick look at what we can do with the gutter. And then gutter line, numbers mode null. Gutter line numbers style ASCII digital subscript superscript. Wait, what the heck is digital? Also, what are these dots here? What do they indicate? Oh, Jesus. It's a bunch of question marks now. So we can leave this default and then we can say none. Number mode none. Gutter symbols true. Okay, there we go. So, oh, there's no, wait a second. There is no gutter line numbers, but we still have a gutter in there, don't we? I guess it's because of symbols. What if we do this false? I don't understand what these things are. Okay, now there is no gutter. What is this thing here? What does that mean? Well, in any case, server. So if I open server, oh, this is Zig. Never mind. Prior to saving it, but I did save the file, and then the thing wasn't going away. That's why I was getting confused. So, if I open server, you see that I don't have anything on the left. Let me open this with Helix. When I open this with Helix, I see which lines, this yellow bar here tells me which lines have uncommitted changes. This is nice. This is really nice, at least in my opinion. I really like having seeing lines that have changed like this. To be fair, if you ask me exactly what am I doing with that information, I wouldn't be able to answer right away. Like, it's not immediately obvious to me why I liked it. But even though it's minor, it's a feature that I don't feel I want to get rid of. Okay, setting aside this stuff, how are we doing with our repro here? Okay, so I think we have concluded that nobody has fixed this in the meantime. So we can open an issue for it. I should probably personalize my profile, shouldn't I? I'm guessing this website is made by people that do open source, so there's no way I can just provide it a big picture and then have it crop it for me. I bet you. Oh. Okay, how are we doing? Amazing. Yeah. Yeah, exactly, absolutely. And even the I would also be happy with unsaved changes, like a marker for unsaved changes, which I think it's a reasonable guess for what that was. It's just that it doesn't match my expectations. Like, okay, we have something. Wait, do we have that? I don't understand what's going on anymore. I also think it's kind of buggy. I have no idea what these symbols are, what these markers are supposed to do in that corner. I think they're a little bit buggy. They need to be probably polished, and then maybe neuroscience has to explain what their expected semantics are. But it's definitely not the commit stuff, right? Because if I do hx server.zig or client, maybe this one is simpler. Okay, client.zig, we have a change in here, a non-committed change in core state host's last ID. No marker whatsoever. So, okay, we don't know what's that stuff. Okay. What do we want to do next? So we solved this. Solved. We understood what that problem was. We opened an issue for it, so at least we keep track of the bug. I don't know how to fix it because it's full of complicated. It's full of complicated. What's called ring buffer logic, and that I'm not confident at all about. So I'm not gonna attempt to touch it. So with this in place, you deactivated it in the config now, didn't you? I deactivated gutter symbols, which I don't know exactly what it is that it does. You're right, ish. Well, first of all, something was showing up. I did deactivate. You see that something does show up. We don't know. I don't know what that thing is. If I put this back to true, if I put this back to true and I go to client, there's still no symbol. Now now I have a gutter again, but there's no symbol connected to this line. Oh, I see. The symbol is when there's an error. The dots, I don't know what they are. It's not saved because I just saved. It changes once you type or your sixth character somehow. Wait, ours? I have no idea what that does. I just have no idea. Okay, I guess we do want symbols, maybe. Nah, so I don't think I need symbols. Maybe I'm gonna leave it on for now, but I don't need symbols. Actually, no. I'm gonna take it out because I really don't want them. At least for now. Okay, so okay, now that this shit works, we can progress what we were doing finally. So oh shit, we broke Zig one. That's what happened. We upgraded Zig one and that broke Zig one. We're switching back to Zig. Comments are not permitted in JSON. This should cause a build error in D2S. Yeah. This should cause an LSP error in here. There we go. So we're gonna fix this in our current checkout. So I'm fixing this locally, like this at random, just because I want to use the Zig that I downloaded, and I already committed a fix for this. So in a while, this is gonna reach a new unstable build. What version of Zig? What the Zig1 error? Was the Zig1 error? The problem is that I pulled a new version of the standard library when I updated my local checkout of Zig, and I didn't rebuild the compiler. So now the compiler is out of sync with the standard library. That's what was causing the problem. So with this now, not Zig1, enough with repro. So now we can do Zig build, and here we can do Zig build serve run. Now they should work. Works. So now we can do this. This launches the server. Authentication failure. What did I try? Parsed. Parsed give us authentication failure? That is actually not true. No, this is true. That is true indeed. Okay. We have an issue with the protocol to fix now. Yeah, we need to fix the way we're using this thing now. I have 10 bajillion different tabs with D2 in it. This runs the server, this runs the client. This is unnecessary. This is unnecessary. Okay. So, also, this is unnecessary. Okay, server. In server, to our authentication request, we want to reply, okay. And we do that by doing cmd.reply. So we're doing reply on this guy. And this instead should be not send reply. Not no, well, this is a reply. So, okay, this is used by the server. The server is calling a reply on this guy, which, by the way, it's an interesting thing because this only works. This should be like, this is server only, basically. Um, Clients should be able to use reply. Like this should be it should be a compile error to use this stuff from a client, to use reply from a client. Also, there's an underscore in auth. Oh, because we do this off of auth, but we don't grab anything from it, which is another problem, definitely. The problem is that ID does start at 0. That's the problem. So right now we're thinking that 0 could communicate failure, or no, actually it's result. The problem is the result is in here. It's untyped. It's completely fucking untyped. Okay. So, uh, we need either something that parses a client request reply and analyzes this semantically, or we necessarily have to change result into an enum. I think a result, instead of being a byte, has to become an enum. Something like this. Okay, error. Yeah. You send a request, we do okay, error, and that is it. And so we don't write write byte. Do we have something like write enum? No, we don't. Actually, maybe we do. Go to definition. Write int, read int. Oh, we do have write enum and read enum. There you go. Write enum. And this becomes read enum. Um, so this seems fine to me. Reply is a result. Reply is a server dot client request reply dot result, and result is literally result. No, no into enum shenanigan. Reply not failed but error. And auth reply cmd.reply. Right. This one is about where do we send the user ID? We do not send it here. Okay, we continue like we were doing before. So this is just an okay. There you go. We just reply okay. Reply channel create result. Result is in for minimum result. What is result in this context? Okay, name taken fail. Oh fuck. No, this cannot be like this. Or rather, this can be like this, but it has to be then like this. It has to be if result dot okay. Result is okay. Okay, else dot error. And then here we do switch result. And we say okay, empty string. Name taken. Name taken. Oh, but we're sending messages instead of sending codes. This is yeah, it's fine for now. Name taken and then fail. What fail even means? I don't know. Why do I have a fail case? What if I take it out? Are we using fail at all? Is anything else using fail? Yeah. Uh, I'm confused. Did we not fix this? No, we fixed the other side, but we didn't fix this. Okay. Okay, so with this we built. So then now we can go into network and say marker, blah, blah, blah. We take the thing. Instead of origin 0, this is based on reply dot result. If it's error, authentication failed. Actually, let's say like this, different than dot okay is fail. It's authentication failed. Okay, so now we should be able to authenticate correctly. There we go. We finally made some progress. Awesome. Awesome, awesome, awesome. Made some good progress. So we're finally past the initial part. We are still failing to sync because here we should be showing some stuff that we're not showing. We're missing stuff. But we're getting in here. Also, settings doesn't open settings. This is pooping itself. I think I forgot to ask the. I forgot to ask David about probably this button. It's okay. Okay. Yeah, D2 development. We're making progress. And Async is making it so good. Like it was getting kind of a nightmare previously to develop with libxdb and callbacks. I was in callback hell. Like it was in callback hell even worse than JavaScript because you get in callback hell every single time you have callbacks as a way of doing coroutines. But man, Okay. Also, out of curiosity, is killing the server going to kill also the client? Let's see. This used to kill the application. Does it still kill the application? It doesn't. At least for now. Okay. In a sense, this is better than where we were before. But it's probably because there's still a bunch of logic that is uncommented. Okay, so authenticated successfully. We send a command. Has the view changed? It changed somewhat, but it's not dramatically different. The main function, like the way that you initially glue your application to the VUI, has changed, but the way widgets work is mostly the same, minus specific widgets that were like kind of complicated, and so some of that have changed their APIs. But I haven't really stopped to study them much. I just asked David to unblock me on a bunch of them very quickly, and then I just push forward with trying to recover the rest of the functionality that is currently missing. So we can authenticate. We need to continue this process. So we authenticated. We got confirmation from the server that they like us, and the next thing that we have to do is make sure that we process the host sync message that we're going to receive. We need to process that stuff. So how does it work? Host join should be run host join. This should be just run host join. Run host join infallible. We are telling core that we have joined this server, but we still need to spawn the actual connection manager for this guy. We need to spawn the actual connection manager. It's either us or it is core. The question is whether we are willing, whether it's a good idea to spawn these things before core adds this guy or after. Although, you know what I just realized, core could still refuse this connection because it's a duplicate. Fuck. This could be a failure because it's a duplicate. So I guess core needs to say needs to ask network to start this thing. No. 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 Also thinking that a host connection could contain the future. Hmm. So we get to a connection in future, which core can cancel. Which core can cancel? Which core can cancel? Yeah, the fact that it's a duplicate is uncommon. Like it shouldn't be a thing, really. It shouldn't be a thing that we shouldn't worry about much. Also because we can have like some kind of like redundant check in the beginning to simplify things. Okay, let's assume that duplicate cannot happen. So what we can do is once we get here, we say, okay, we now start collecting things. The problem is we're gonna use we don't know the host ID because we don't have a host ID for this guy. Fuck. Maybe the whole thing where it's the same system. Hmm. Maybe we should pre-allocate host for this. The problem is that it's not really a matter of pointers in that sense. The problem is a matter of IDs. It's not really a matter of allocating this guy. It's a matter of in a sense, pre-allocating an ID for it. Hmm. The alternative is lock core. Don't send a command. Lock core. Synchronize with core about this. That is actually not a bad idea. We synchronize with core on this, and we synchronize with core on this, and And at that point, we will be ready to spawn these new things. Okay, I think I found my path forward. I think this is how we do it. It's not a command because we need this point to synchronize with core, because we cannot really proceed until core is done with this stuff. So might as well lock and do the work. Yeah. Grab an ID. And then spawn the relevant coroutines. Okay, give me a sec. I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. So instead of core command, we don't do this, but we do instead we lock core. Yeah, lock state. This mutex doesn't want lock doesn't want IO. Wait, there's something sus going on. Where is mutex? Oh no. This needs to be an IO.mutex. And that changes some things. Not terribly, but slightly. IO. IO. Frame. And we don't have IO. Well, we need IO. And we probably should pass it around as well. Can I go do that? No, I can't because Zig uses that in the compiler itself. Like the reason why the old API is still in place, it's because it's used in the compiler. Otherwise, it would already be gone. Okay, we need to decide. We need to decide what the heck to do with this goddamn IO stuff. Okay, let's go on another refactoring adventure, I guess. Core state IO GPA win.io window GPA core state. And now the adventure begins. Window. Win. Yeah, loading frame. Nah, doesn't care about any of that shit. Well, to be fair, that's fine. So this guy can stay like this. But GUI frame has to change. Because now we need to pass this everywhere. Okay. Okay. We don't use them. It's fine. Next. To be fair, this guy also doesn't give a shit. Yeah, you know what? Since it really doesn't give a shit, whatever. Or you know what? Also, if this guy also doesn't give a shit, whatever, then fuck it. Okay. Next, draw. Core state. Does this guy care about any of this stuff? Doesn't. Doesn't for now. Wait, it's really weird that nothing does. Something will for sure. This guy. Let's see. This guy is really weird. Oh, and there's also AV as a page. Well, the fact that these guys don't return any error means that they don't even. But this guy does. This guy does try on page draw. What's okay? What do we do in AV? Device drop down. I think we need a GPA in some of these things. Do we not? I'll search GPA. No, no mention of GPA. Okay. So why are these? You know what? I'm taking this out. I'm taking this out. I'm taking this out. I'm taking this out. Sue me. So this guy doesn't need to try anymore. This guy also doesn't need to try. I'll add this stuff back in worst case. Fuck it. Main. This guy probably does need to try. Or not. Or actually not. Channel list. Voice list has a try in it. What are we trying though? Try state call join. Try state call leave. Try state call begin share. Any mention of GPA? Yeah. There's a GPA flying around here. So take this out. GPA allocator. Okay. Who is it that needed GPA? New chat floating window. Okay. What about these guys? What are they trying? Oh, they're trying to call into state. And state fails because we're trying to do this. Um, Also because network command has its own IO that we use inside IC. To be fair, I could have done the same also here in core. So this doesn't accept command, doesn't accept IO, but you use an inside IO that we have in here. And then when you call run, there we go. There we go. Missing start field state. What? No. Oh, error union is ignored. Oh shit, that is that is fallible now. Um, Good question. Maybe I think that it should be a uncancelable lock. It should be uncancelable. There we go. Lock uncancelable. Fuck you. There you go. Um, Lock state. Okay, that doesn't need this anymore. Now the need for passing around these things is definitely less. Man, I've been messing around with these parameters way too much. None of these guys needs IO ultimately. Maybe they need GPA. Okay, fuck it. Take it out. Take it out. Go back. Go back. Because to be clear, yeah, I don't know. There's not much to gain. I guess we can change this in the future, worst case. GPA allocator goes away. Yeah. Okay. So we lock core. Is it release? Unlock? Lock state. Yeah, and it has unlock. Okay. Locked state. We do locked state dot host joined. And then we return to us something important. You return to us a host ID, for example. Actually, we can try this and then const host ID. And then host joined. Do we give it HC? Yeah. Do we give it FCS? Yeah. Username identity. And then once we get here, we can release the lock on state. And then uh, we want to start connections related to it, but we want to keep a handle on them because we need to be able to cancel them if we delete these things. So I don't think a host ID is enough. We need a full host. And then we want to be able to do something like host dot. This stuff maybe belongs to host connection. Yeah. Yeah. We can do HC in here. So maybe host ID is enough. Okay. Have a nice day and thank you. Okay, we do HC dot. We need to keep track of these futures. Maybe I can put it here. Receiver future. I have the future of void, I guess. Do we need individual futures or do we need a group? Or do we need a group? I think we need to replicate what we do on the server because these guys need to have a separate reader and a writer, but they both need to have like a manager that controls both of them. Yeah. So there's like a manager. Manager is on IO, the future. I guess we can make it void. HC.manager is going to be try AO the concurrent. Oh, we have a new error now, concurrency unavailable. Concurrent run host host manager. Parameters HC, I guess. Host ID. What else? I don't know. That's probably already plenty. And with this, we're happy. We're done. This was it. This was finally it. Let's see, run host manager, and with this we're done. Run host join infallible. Yeah. Function run host manager. HC host connection. ID. Is it a U64? Void. And in here we handle reading from the server. Yeah. And actually, if we do this, you know what's funny? If we do this way, then we actually can guarantee that once we get in here, we're not just authenticated. We're done. Better assert. Okay. Okay, run host manager. Then it's gonna work like this. This is gonna spawn a read and write host thingy. Man, all these bullshit from my previous code, I think can go to hell basically. Send the host connection TCP message. Yeah, we'll have to re-implement all this stuff. Authenticate. Oh, you could ask this thing to authenticate. Call join message send. Interesting. UDP send. Oh, Jesus. No, I think I'm going to look at this stuff from Git history. Too much garbage. Open stream. No, no. Goodbye to all this stuff. Okay. Can we now use async in Zig without fear of any deletions of features from Andrew? No. It's a V0 language. You should always be afraid. um, that being said, wait, what feature deletion are you thinking about? Because oh, are you talking about the fact that async in the past used to be present and now it's not anymore, and then wasn't anymore? In that sense, yeah, no, you can be fairly confident that async is not going away, most probably. This is a good design. It has so many desirable properties. I don't even know where to begin describing them. What if he removes async concurrent? No, he can't. First of all, this has been renamed to concurrent. Not it's not async concurrent anymore. It's just concurrent. But yeah. Okay, starting manager for newly added host. Run host manager. This bad boy now is the one that's gonna spawn a receiver and sender. I guess I can go in server and copy paste some code. I think. Let's see. TCP queue buff. So in our case, host connection already exists. We don't have this stuff in here. Here we spawn a receive future, send future, yes. And we pass to this guy HC in both cases. HC. Run host receive run host send. So the only worries with the current design of the interface is mostly renaming of functions. Yeah, and maybe some minor things will, well, missing features, occasional panic to dos. You can encounter those. Yeah, maybe some things will be reworked a bit, but I would consider very unlikely that anything worse than that happens. At least given the information that we have now. Pam 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 pam. Okay. And so next is function run host receive. Pam 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 pam. Okay. Run host receive. Run host receive. Actually, catch should be better than this. Catch should be well, we'll think about it later. So run host receive. What do? We do while true. Maybe we log. And this one is without the fur. while true, const marker equals try, also const r equals hc dot ampersand hc dot tcp dot reader state dot interface try r dot take byte and we do a switch marker. Oops. And we're gonna have a bunch of thingies in there. Else log.debug unknown server message marker. Ignoring, I guess. In the future, we might want to be more strict in this, but for now, it's fine. And then we continue. Okay, so we have implemented the receiver. Host send. We care about the writer state, care about the writer. And in the while true, instead we try to take from the message queue. This one we can also steal from server. Run client manager. No, this is the take byte shit. Where's the next one? Yeah, the writer we already have initialized elsewhere, so there we go. Much better. Like this. So this is going to be HC TCP get. We can call it writer. Why not? And we can call this reader. Okay. So we have run host send, we have run host receive. So this whole thing is now more serious, more real. We're not using ID. That is bad. We need to pass ID to host host receive. Host receive needs ID. We're gonna use it as we implement these guys. Okay, oof. Man, kind of verbose, but very clear. I now understand very well how this is working. The thing that we should do is make sure the host manager is, we have the manager feature in there. Let's call this manager feature. There's no manager in there. Oh, it's ac.tcp manager. That's going to manager feature. Okay. So this stuff makes sense. We need to implement this guy for sure. We might need to implement something else as well. Or we're going to need to flash this guy out. Yeah. But no, for now, it's just a matter of implementing this guy. Post joined. Well, in here, take this out. Take this out. Although it's going to come useful in a bit. What we just cut. Okay, where are the state functions? I guess these are the state functions, huh? Call join, call leave, blah, blah, blah. I should put this at the top, I guess. Log audio device event. Why is this here? Why? But why is this in here though? Why is it part of state? User audio. Part of state, that makes sense. This guy I'm not sold. Okay. Host joined. They should be host had. Okay, host add takes these arguments. Okay, yeah, the new line wasn't a bad idea. And down here, there's a thing that doesn't exist anymore. This guy doesn't exist anymore. So we can cut it entirely out. Okay. We don't need to lock state because we already are given state. I'm starting to think that maybe I should implement these methods not on state, but on locked. That maybe would make more sense. But anyway. The fair FCS, assert FCS is done. Yeah. Then state is locked state. We already have that. We call add with identity, username, HC, host connection. Yeah. Duplicate. Oh, this can, okay, this can be a try. So this can be fallible. We don't need to handle any of this stuff in here. We can try. Oh yeah. Wait. Holy shit. We don't need to pass this guy in at all. You just return this. There we go. And now we can go in network, and where we call this guy, this adds duplicate. Let's call it duplicate host. Okay, so we do this. And if we succeed, we can do this. So this succeeds. And then we try to spawn a thread for it. Uh, this is so much better. I don't know why I was doing things differently. Expected blah blah blah. Found what? Oh, void. Right. This returns a host pointer. So I do it like this. Actually, this guy has a type. I think it's d2 host dot id, or is it client only? Is it a client only ID? Yeah, of course. This is the type that we want. What's in client only then? ID, host ID. Okay. Host ID, and then host ID, not in concurrent, but in this guy. That's what it is. And in here, that's what it is. Okay. What's the problem, officer? Mandatory feature. Oh, this is TCP dot. Okay. Concurrency unavailable. Expected type. Wait, concurrency unavailable is not part of this guy? I must have typoed it. Concurrency unavailable. What's your problem, man? Expected type? Oh no, how do you read past how do I read past oh no, where's neuroside? Help. Hey, show me the error, Zig. Expected blah 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 found concurrency unavailable. What do you mean, man? Are we not trying to spawn a concurrent? What makes you think that this is not going to happen? Oh, available. Okay, so it was a typo after all. Okay, what's the next problem? Add duplicate host. Next problem. Expected the arguments found one. Okay, fuck it. Fuck this GPA stuff. Error union is ignored. Okay. Okay, are we happy now? Client is happy. What does this mean? This means that in theory, if everything goes well, we should now see that we receive a message from the server that we don't know how to handle. Yeah. Perfect. Almost. We need to FMT char or FMT string. I don't know. I'll see now. We shouldn't be printing those things naked. We should not be printing those things naked. FMT byte. An FMT string, but this is a single byte. Wait, how the fuck do we do this? We need it for server. STD Zig FMT char. Oh, god damn it. Okay, there we go. XZW8 found. Oh, right. So, the left. There we go. Okay. So now we have this stuff. Next step is YouTube is borked. Sorry, people on YouTube. You know what? I'll restart bork now. Let me restart bork. There we go. Sorry, everybody. If anything was done, 016 would be released and not in the branch only. We do cut releases according to LVM right now, but so it could be that async is done and we haven't released it yet. Although I don't know, if we had done async and the next LVM update is 6 months from now, probably we would make a release anyway. But also, done for these things is a complicated term. Anyway, yeah. I know you say zero dependency, but do you think Zig SCD is good enough, or should I consider Zap? I don't exactly say zero dependency, but SCD HTTP is not good enough yet for most things. I would consider Zap. This is so archaic. Okay. If we created any tutorials on pointers on this channel, I don't know. Search on YouTube Zig Showtime pointer and see what pops up. So we were saying that the next point is here, grabbing the right marker and dealing with it. Let's see. So one marker that we can deal with is definitely D2 dot protocol. D2 protocol um, server host sync. There we go. Here's my boy. Oh, this guy is complicated. Okay. And this guy has a parse unlock. Okay. Host sync. So when this happens, what do we want to do? We want to parse the message and send it to core. So HS is going to be try actually it's like this, right? Parse unlock, and we parse unlock. We give it GPA, we give reader, and then once we have it, we do try core command msg equals. Ooh, actually, how does this work? Yeah, network command msg. Oh, holy shit, we don't parse anything. We just grab bytes. No, that is a problem. Okay, now I understand why we used to have full length prefixes. That's what allowed us to do this. I see. Oof. Ouch. Yeah, no, we can't do this anymore. We cannot do this anymore. And this needs to be like a union of all these possible things, necessarily. Yeah. Also, we're being given a host connection. Why? We could be given a host ID. Um, these did make things nicer, I think. But we can deal with this. So we need to make a union here of all of every single possible server message. Huh. I guess we could either do it manually or we could use metaprogramming to create it. I don't know. I'm tempted to use metaprogramming, but you know, maybe for now doing it manually, it's fine. Is fine. So why is there a flying pub down there? Or no? I borked something. Pub command. There you go. Pub function. This is pain because this is a union that contains another union. The problem is that there's also caller speaking. Yeah. We could manually make a union that connects that that glues all these things together. Like a network command is quit one of the any of these specific server messages and then caller speaking. Because ultimately all these originate from the network. Ultimately, all of these originate from the network. Um, What is triple underscore state? It's just a global variable that holds the programming state, the program state, but you should only access it when by locking it. So I'm giving it 3 underscores so that nobody's tempted to access it directly. Also, so that the word state is free, because otherwise a state would be always taken in the outermost scope of this file. I'm not saying that it's a particularly good idea. I don't know. I just gave it 3 underscores a while ago, and I haven't had a reason to change it for now. So what I'm thinking is that we need to make generic types. We need to make a chunky boy union. We need to flatten then all those messages into one flat union. And we need to have a case for each thing that comes from servers, but we need also to distinguish between events and states. Because an event, events and replies. I don't know what I was saying. Events and replies, because an event is something that originates from the server that doesn't connect to a request that we made, while a request that we did make has a origin ID, a correlation ID. Although to be fair, the correlation ID is in the payload, so there's no point in us in stating this externally. Yeah, there really is no point. We just want every of these things to be to contain the ID of the server that sent it and the payload. Hmm. What does this look like? Let's see. So no more message. Quit says where it is, I guess, maybe. Caller speaking definitely says where it is. Then we have host sync, which is a struct that contains ID and the host sync message. Um, I'm starting to think that it's almost like this. It's an outer struct that contains an ID. Let's call it host ID. It always contains a host ID, and then it contains the CMD, which is a union, which contains, for example, caller speaking. I don't know about quit. So this struct has a host ID and then a CMD, and the CMD is caller speaking, and then it's going to be host join. There's going to be a D2 protocol dot, not host join, sorry, host sync. It's going to be a D2 protocol dot host sync. Protocol server dot host sync. There we go. So there are probably there's probably some meta programming magic that we can do to make this, to automate this, to make sure that everything is in sync. But so far so good. So now when you send a command, we do .id equals id, and this is cmd, and cmd is going to be, in this case, .host sync equals hs. Host id. There we go. Even single line, I think it's fine. Yeah, single line is cool. Okay, so with this, we are gonna send this command to core. Core grabs it, and now core has a bunch of places where we're definitely not doing the right thing. Are these errors not showing up anywhere? There's 4 of them in theory. And I know there's a ton of fucked up shit in here. Pointless discard of function parameter. There we go. 1. Yeah, there we go. This guy is fucked up. So quit return. No, we don't do quit return. This doesn't exist anymore. So in our run function, we grab a command, and this command is going to be potentially a oh my god, I was passing down a message to every one of these guys and they were doing the parsing. Interesting. But the parsing should be done by network. It really needs to be done by network. Although network was doing the reading, we assume no protocol errors, so whatever. Okay, so else is gonna be host sync. Actually, MSG dot CMD. Okay. Um, Here we can do log.debug got from host number something got any. There we go. msg.host ID. Okay. So in here, we got a host sync. Let's see what we were doing previously for host sync. There we go. I want this to be up top because it's one of the first things that we were doing. Fix buffer stream. No, not doing that anymore. Also, host sync. It's now going to be also this fucking thing is huge. Host ID. Just let's make an alias for it. Okay, host ID. We've already done this. Yeah, okay. This is more naturally also dealing with critical sections, I think. Host sync. Oh, because the host connection had an identity. Wait, we were talking in terms of identity, not in terms of IDs? That is, well, definitely interesting. We were talking in terms of identity, not in terms of IDs. That explains some things. So that actually means, wait. Nah, that doesn't mean shit. Anyway, okay, that's fine. I mean, we can keep it as is. We can try to adapt this. Host sync grabs a host sync and wants an identity and a username. Why does it want those things like this? Old identity. If not client confirmed. Oh, Jesus. We nuked that concept. I think we want to do update hosts in somewhere else. We want to do that in um, in here. Sync. Hosted entities get identity. Or else ignoring host sync for hosts we have deleted. We must have deleted. Okay. Old client, old identity. Old client, old identity. Oh, because I guess we want to apply everything that the server sent us, but that overrides a bunch of stuff. And then we want to restore those things at the end. I see. Copy everything over, restore old client, restore old identity, set user ID, and then client confirmed. If not client confirmed. Oh, we don't have that concept anymore. Expected arguments found 1, GPA. Don't care about username. Can comment this out. I think we can change this to ID. Nice. So I don't know. This seems mostly fine. I guess. I think host sync. So this guy now doesn't need these things. Just wants what makes sense, which is an ID and an HS. Okay. Next problems. Right. We need to call this guy host sync. Okay. Next problem. Host ID. Protocol. It's not protocol. It's h2.host. Right? Yeah. Switch CMD. Error union is ignored. Oh, host sync can fail. Because this can fail. Why can this fail? Why can this fail? This cannot fail anymore now. Crazy. So no more try. Although no, wait, this is now this can also not work. So let's see. Atomic file missing start field right buffer update host. Oh, man, we never called this function with music. I mean, atomic file. Yeah. What do you want, man? Space K. Atomic file wants self destination path options and probably wants more, and we just cannot see. No, it just wants options. So what's your problem? Oh, in here, right buffer. There you go. Here's your write buffer. Oh no, release you ate. Oh no. Hey, so delicious. Let's see. Array list U8 in GPA. So why do we need this buffer writer? Because we print to it and then we do write all. Oh, I think that given that atomic file has a buffer writer, we don't need to do this. We just need, okay, we can get rid of this. So what does an atomic file give us? This. An atomic file has a file writer in it. So for which we have provided a buffer. So we might as well use that shit. So var, actually const, like this. W is af dot file writer dot interface. Right? Right. There you go. AF file write all. Extracted out of memory found a printing error. Yeah. We don't care that this is just out of memory anymore. And use function parameter GPA. Okay, that makes sense. Duplicate a host out of memory. What if we fail to persist or change? Let's do this. And then we do nothing. There you go. Okay, so we stopped complaining. Okay. Holy shit, check this out. This might not look like much, but we have correctly synchronized with the server. We now have restored the ability to know which channels exist. Holy shit, we even see messages. This stuff has regressed a bunch because there are some things that I don't know how to render anymore on top of everything. But we are back to having a chat. There's a voice channel. No good things are going to happen if I try to press join right now. But we're slowly recovering functionality. And here's the funny thing. As we are recovering functionality, we are also making it better. Like every single thing that I have changed in this code right now has made it strictly better than what it was before. Maybe it hasn't brought it 100% to where it needs to be, but every single keystroke has been an improvement. This feels so good because even the things that were there that were kind of jank, they're now better. They're now less jank. And that is delightful. Let's try to send a message. Watch the application crash now. Bam. Panic and implemented. Well, you know what? Fair. Okay, so we got synchronization. I'm delighted. So here's what I'm gonna do. I think I'm gonna call it a day. Look, we did 7 hours on a Sunday. we did, in my opinion, a pretty good job because we made a bunch of progress. Not only we unlocked more stuff, but again, as I was saying, quality has improved, and we can sync now. We can authenticate. We can sync. This is good. Yeah, sorry, Solicious. What do you mean? You woke up at 5 p.m.? Well, then that's on you, man. 4 p.m. Okay. So yeah, sorry. I started swimming in the morning, so it's kind of time for me to go. Hey, Lapin Feroce. I'll pronounce it the Italian way, Lapin Feroce. Um, but yeah, I'm so happy. I'm so happy with the progress. This is pretty cool, bit by bit. And here's the thing: I'm delighted also that some of the things that I did in the past weren't necessarily enlightened. Um, but I made so many cool choices that still hold pretty tight after returning to the code after a while. I'm particularly delighted by my atomic enums. My atomic enums slap hard. Fucking love them. So with this in place, with this being done, yeah, I'm gonna call it a day. Also, apparently, there's Jonathan Blow streaming. So, but you know what? If Toggle is still alive, I'll send you to Toggle. Yeah, there's Toggle playing games. Go watch Toggle play some games. How is Async going along? Pretty good, pretty good. I discovered a bug today in Q. Tons of stuff to do, but overall, pretty happy. So have fun. See you next time.